prep. We're back to racing action for round number 2. So there will be 2 qualifying hits for this first race. That is 2 qualifying hits before we roll into eliminations. As of now, we are still tentatively set for a 9 a.m. start. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, you are on standby. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, this is your standby call. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. This is your call to the staging lanes. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for your first of 2 qualifying hits this afternoon. That is Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for your first qualifying hit of the afternoon. Of course, with that call from Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, that is going to put us with Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman on standby. That is Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. This is your standby call. So once again, we have made the call for Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we have a packed day of racing. We are racing the weather, so we are trying to speed things along. This is your final call. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, final call to the lanes for first round of qualifying. That's just my mind. You touched the mute button on the back of it. All right, first pair of Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket qualifying rolling into the water box. We'll kick things off left lane with Steve Baskerville in that Volkswagen Golf R from 2016.
Right lane, we have a Dodge Dart, Veronica Hodgson. Anything I say, give me feedback.
Oh, you're doing great.
I've always said one thing.
Baskerville and Hodgson firing down track. The Dart gets there first, goes 11.97 with a 5, 108 miles an hour. Baskerville goes 13.11 with an 8 at 112. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman to lanes 3 and 4. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, first call to lanes 3 and 4 for first round of qualifying. Rad Torch Systems Super Pro, you're on standby. Grant Gordon for the 4 Cycles Customs Incorporated Dodge Dart. Racing Bill Wells in that TNT Auto Parts Malibu. Wells gets there with an 11.63 at 111 miles an hour first. Grant Gordon, 12.17 with a 6 at 109. That'll bring up Walter Johnson in the 1972 Chevelle.
And in the right lane, Casey Tippy. What did I say?
Casey. Yeah. Chevelle versus Nova Wagon running down track. It'll be Walter Johnson who will get there first. Goes 11-12 flat at 118. That brings up Ralph Ehlers in the Junkyard Dog Mustang Fox body.
Right lane, we got Mike Renders.
Ehlers will get there first, goes 1084. Sorry, he'll get there second, goes 1084 at 123 miles an hour. I'll bring up Robert Schillick in the 2009 Challenger.
Right lane, we got Daryl Tippy.
003 to a 008 on the tree, but problems set in for Robert Schillick as the Challenger slows. And Tippy gets there way out in front with a 1076 at 124. That'll bring up Derek Shirk in the Titanium Auto Group 1990 Blazer.
Right lane, Mal Patterson, 68 Pontiac Acadian.
Thailand Acadian will go 10-11, 131 miles an hour. Derek Shirk in the Blazer will go 11:02 at 119. Next up, Lorenz Schwartz for Titanium Auto Group and Bubba's Speed Shop in his 1983 Chevy Monte Carlo.
Ross Walker, 66 Chevy 2.
Schwartz and Walker will fire down track, 10:28, 131 miles an hour. Ross Walker goes 10:13 at 130. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. Final call, Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. That brings up Daryl Stobie in the Stobie Construction Chevelle. He'll race against John Tabak in the Rad Torch Systems S10.
Right lane, John Tabak.
Wheels up high for Daryl Stobie as they fire down Farmer Lane. And at the quarter, Stobie gets there first, goes 10:34 at 124. With Tabak going 10:50 at 126. Running down in the 1977 Nova to race Dennis Winton in the Shaggy Bel Air. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Rad Torch Systems, Super Pro to lanes 5 and 6. for first round of qualifying. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro, lanes 5 and 6 for first round of qualifying. That'll bring up Rich Dyes and Nick Douglas. Rich Dyes turns on the red light. Doesn't matter though in qualifying. He'll go 11:38 at 116. Nick Douglas at 12:33 at 110. That'll bring up Jim Banky for the Rad Torque Systems, Bucky's Mini Excavating Titanium Auto Group, Wheel Standing Barracuda.
Chris Stone in the right lane, Stone Cold Racing.
Banky and Stone, grudge matching as always. Stone gets their head by 800ths, 10:09 at 129 miles an hour. Jim Banky with a 10:19 at 130. That brings up Andy Klosky in the Design Flooring Strip Teaser Chevrolet. He'll be racing against Dustin Hunter. Klosky runs down track, but Hunter way out in front. Double of 4 in the tree. He'll follow it up with a 9:28, 144 miles an hour. Klosky goes 11:13 at 117. And it looks like that'll wrap it up for Bubba's Speed Shop Pro bracket for first round of qualifying. We'll move on down into Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. Going to reiterate that call for Rad Torque Systems Super Pro to lanes 5 and 6. That is Rad Torque Systems Super Pro to lanes 5 and 6 for first round of qualifying. So start line crew just doing a little bit of work on the starting line, making sure that everything is in tip-top shape for our Sportsman competitors before we'll send them down track for their first of 2 qualifiers. Sportsman cars firing up behind the tower as we get set to roll into our first round of qualifying. We'll start off with Jessica Armstrong at the Badass Garage, Render Racing, Home Masters team, and Rhode Iron Dodge.
Right lane, Kevin McCauley, Old School.
Armstrong goes red on the tree, but again, in qualifying, a red light is just A-OK. McCauley in the Old School Cutlass runs down track, goes 1187, 111 miles an hour. Jessica Armstrong with 1420 with a 6 at 95 miles an hour. And that brings up Joel Smith to race his Zapstrap Racing Chevelle.
And Steve Baskerville.
383 cubic inches of small block Chevy power over here, TCS side, with only a 2-liter turbo engine over in the Lordco side. And while I think all that horsepower is going to do Smith some good in the heads-up brush match, as by 302nd he turns on the red line, but will still get there way out in front. Goes 1185 with an 8, 112 miles an hour. Baskerville 1323 with a 6 at 112. That brings up Roland Lowen in the 1955 Meteor.
Sylvia Hookston.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call for Super Pro. Final call for Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro. Old Car Center Hot Rod, this is your first call to lanes 1 and 2. Old Car Center Hot Rod coming up to lanes 1 and 2 for first round of qualifying. Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo, you are on standby. Eric Breton running down track in the Fairmont. But it'll be the Pacer that gets out in front to go 1467 at 88 miles an hour. Breton with a 1982 at 65. Bring up a Mustang, driven by Brandon Piskasek out of 1990.
And Rob Getz, Junior Street Dad.
Father, of course, to Sophia, one of our junior street competitors. So the diesel pickup seeing if it can best that Sportsman Mustang out of Burnaby. And looking like it's actually going to get there first. Rob Getz, by the smallest of margins, only about 2/10, 13.18 at 100 miles an hour. Piskasek goes 13.33, also at 100. That brings up Stormy in the Chevy Tahoe.
And Eric Hansen, 68 Dart.
Hansen runs down track and goes 13.03 at 101 miles an hour. Stormy, 16.71 at 83. Grant Gordon will once again brand the Four Cycles Customs Incorporated Dodge Dart.
And Ann Copeland, 16 Subaru.
Grant Gordon will go 12:11 at 109 miles an hour, and Copeland with a 15:59 at 91. And that brings up Bill Wells in the TNT Auto Chevy Malibu.
And Cassidy Langley, 2011 Ford Edge.
Bill Wells, one of the senior racers here at Mission Raceway Park. He's been doing this for over 55 years. 81 years young and still going strong. Wells runs it out to the quarter. 11:66, 110 miles an hour. Langley will go 16:47 at 86. And that'll bring up a single pass with Nick Douglas, taking that 2023 Dodge Charger back up to the staging beams. .37 at 110 miles an hour.
And we got Ryan Ladre, 71 Chevelle.
Buffalo Tech Automotive Chevelle running down track. With 019 red on the tree, and he'll follow it up with an 1198 at 84 miles an hour. That wraps up Sportsman qualifying. We get set to go into the quickest class of the weekend in Rad Torch Systems Super Pro. Hot Rod, you have been called to lanes 1 and 2. Once again, that is Hot Rod. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Once again, just some checks going down on the starting line as we prep for the quickest and fastest class of the afternoon. Before we roll into our first round of Rad Torch Systems Super Pro qualifying. And we do understand that the radio transmitter, not fully up to scratch, so be sure to stay tuned in to our Twitter account at Mission Raceway. We will be updating that as much as possible throughout the day with all of the lane calls. So that is once again at Mission Raceway. Keep an eye out on Twitter. We'll be updating that as much as possible throughout the afternoon. And they're going to be back in the S10 now. Reports that possibly leaking some fluids down to the starting line. So the West Coast Building Restorations S10 is going to be down and out for first round qualifying, but we'll have the opportunity to make a run later on if he can get that problem rectified. That was John Jenkins that was supposed to be going up against the Chevy in the Lordco lane. Dan Markman scan way red on the tree. We'll have to improve on that for eliminations, but follows up with a 10.42 at 132 miles an hour.
Right lane, we got Jason Gibson, 91 Mustang.
That's react time. That'll be hard to beat. Trip zip with a 5. Gibson's won himself a mug and puts himself to the #1 qualifying spot. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Final call for Hot Rod. Final call for Hot Rod to lanes 1 and 2. Final call, Hot Rod lanes 1 and 2. Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo to lanes 3 and 4. That is Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo. First call to lanes 3 and 4. Super Shifters, you're on standby. So Dan Parsons will bring up the 1970 Quality Racing Duster. Will likely be running that car in Super Combo as well.
And we got Justin Bond in the right lane.
That car is capable of running in the Marina Harbor RV Canada West Door Slammer category. Of course, with the Door Slammers not running this weekend, Bond making the trip, the jump over to Radtorque Systems Super Pro, as a few Door Slammers like John DeYoung, Brian Ritchie, and Scott Robinson will be looking to do. No surprise, the Pontiac Door Slammer way out in front. Clocks in a 775, 176 miles an hour. Dan Parsons goes 11:14 at 1:30.
And in the right lane, we got Mike Stewart. Nickname is Bucky.
Vanderbilt a bit slow out of the gate, but Mike Stewart will run that one out the back door. Goes 10:16, 130 miles an hour. Vanderbilt 10:8 flat at 130. That brings up Martin Rochelle in his Super Street Chevy Malibu.
And Kevin Garlock, 71 Camaro, big block Chevy.
Some big block Chevy motor underneath that machine, and Kevin Garlock's car has some speed underneath it. It was one of the faster cars in the Friday tested tune yesterday. Garlock way out in front, trying to outlast Rochelle, and will do so. 9:02, 46 miles an hour. Rochelle with a 1095 with throttle stops in play at 124. Up Craig Johnson in the BC scale, Johnson's Customs Exhaust, Oldsmobile Cutlass.
And Mike Robson, JBS Equipment, JS Power Sports.
Robertson went 008 red on the tree. Craig Johnson was 017 to the good. Kevin McNichol will bring up the Rad Tour Systems, Ken Specialty Auto, Lordco Auto Parts, and Lucas Soil, Chevy Nova.
And we got Jan Christensen, 67 Nova.
Ken Christensen, of course, enters this season as the defending champion. Gets there first ahead of, well, the other Nova. 861 with a 2, 157 miles an hour. McNichol went 10-0 at 131. And that brings up, once again, John DeBack, double class in Pro and Super Pro in his Rad Torque Systems S10.
And Brian Ritchie, 68 Chevelle.
The Ritchie Racing Engines machine, of course, a very frequent runner, again, in the Canada West Door Slammers category, but making the jump over to Super Pro. Very common for Ritchie to do. He often races that car in the Mission Finals as well, where Door Slammers is not present, haven't already had their season locked up. John DeBack and Brian Ritchie fired down the track, and Ritchie way out in front. Goes 786, 171 miles an hour. John DeBack will go 1049 at 126. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Combo, we've called Super Combo to lanes 3 and 4. Super Combo to lanes 3 and 4. And then Super Shifters, BC McLeod Super Shifters coming up to lanes 5 and 6. BC McLeod Super Shifters to lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycles, you're on standby. Bring up Andy Hatton in the Bubba's Speed Shop Titanium Auto Group and Taves Roofing Camaro.
And Lorenz Schwartz, 83 Monte Carlo.
Hatton goes 824, 162 miles an hour. Schwartz with a 1021 at 131. Takes up John Jenkins in the West Coast Building Restorations machine, trying to make a secondary run after it was leaking oil on its first attempt up.
And Scott Robson, 94 Beretta.
Robinson, again, a door slammer competitor, made it into the finals at Door Wars last season, where he knocked out John DeYoung. Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque Systems, and Postma Farms. 1994 machine over in the Lordco lane. Robinson getting out in front. Clocks into 781, 174 miles an hour with John Jenkins going 1062 at 122.
John DeYoung, 67 Camaro in the right lane. Artex Racing.
Full pull out the back door, 741, 189 miles an hour for John DeYoung in the door slammer. And that rolls us to Old Car Center Hot Rod, where Steve Wilson will take the mooch in loving memory of Martin Bresinger, a longtime runner at Hot Rod that unfortunately passed away throughout the offseason, racing that 65 machine.
Barry Patterson out of Mission, 65 Coronet.
Double 03 red for Steve Wilson on the tree. As Barry Patterson will knock in a 994, 135 miles an hour. Steve Wilson with a 1030 at 127. Daryl Tippy making another appearance in his Chevy 2.
And Rob Hodgson out of Mission.
So the Belvedere running down track with a 1070 at 123 miles an hour, while Daryl Tippy's Chevy 2 went at 1074 at 124.
Now we got Veronica Hodgson, 68 Dodge Dart out of Mission.
Veronica Hodgson in the 69 Dart, going up against the Acadian over here, TCS side. Pair of them will run down track. Acadian will get their way out in front. 1055, 125. Hodgson goes goes 1197 at 108. And that'll bring up Dustin Hunter in the Ford Falcon.
And Matt Warner.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call for Super Combo and Super Shifters. Final call for Super Combo and Super Shifters. And motorcycles to lane 1. That is motorcycles. Come on down to lane 1. Quite a few drivers in Hot Rod really knocking down the tree this afternoon in the first round. For some of my racing experience in the past, that looks almost like a loose wheel on the front end of that machine with how much it was juddering to a stop, and he nearly went into the wall, only stopped about a couple inches away from it. So Stotnick, we're going to go out and make a check. When it's red, now you're live.
No, I just didn't quite understand what you were saying at first either.
All right. Can you hear me now? So I've been up here announcing for a while, but with my microphone turned off. So,
That explains a few things.
yeah, we've seen a lot of cool stuff happen. And I described it wonderfully to everyone up here in the tower. Oh, well. Wow. Wow. See, it's the electronics that get me all screwed up. That's why I hit the bottom bulb. Keep it nice and simple.
He's trying to limp it off.
So Jerry up with some issues right off the starting line. Hard to say what happened from up here, but looks like they're, I don't know, kind of was doing the front end shake like some kind of a steering linkage issue, not sure. But Steve Lowe debuted his new Firebird. Went 1034 at 165 miles an hour. First once he woes it down from a 1034, he'll probably give up a little bit of mile per hour, but that's pretty wicked mile per hour for a super street car, let me tell you. So we'll repeat some lane calls here. Junior Street, we need Junior Street. To lanes 3 and 4, Junior Street, we need you in lanes 3 and 4. We have made a final call for motorcycle. We've made a final call for motorcycle. And Junior Dragsters, you are on standby. Please be ready to go. Your call coming up momentarily. '67 Novas side by side. Warren Jacobson and Jan Christensen. Christensen in the right lane. Jacobson in the left. Christensen gets there first. 1076, 152 miles an hour. Warren Jacobson on the other side of the 1090 index with a 1099 at a $134. So super combo class, while you do have the option of 1090, 990, or 890, we actually see very few cars using the Super Gas or Super Comp Index. Everybody just kind of likes to run Super Street. Reason being, you get a clean treat. Already using a throttle stop, so why not just set it up to go a second slower? That seems to be the popular way to go. Martin Rochelle puts together a nice lap. 1091, 124 miles an hour. So just 12 thousandths of a second above the 1090 index. Dan Parsons a little quick, 1080 at 131 miles an hour. And that will wrap up qualifier number 1 for Super Combo, and we roll into Super Shifters. Attention in the pits. Brian Nowen. Brian, we need you at the starting line. Brian Nowen to the starting line, please. So first pair of Super Shifters at the starting line. Will Friesian. Not in his T-Bird. So Rich Graves in the right lane. Makes a full pass. 1173 at 117 miles an hour in his El Camino. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Junior Dragsters. Junior Dragsters. This is your call to the starting line. We'll take Junior Thunder to lane number 1, and we'll take Junior Lightning to lane number 2. Junior Dragsters, come on down. So Dale Posnick and John DePork. Posnick in his beautiful 67 Mustang. So Posnick, not sure what's going on there. Looked like he was giving up on the run, kind of getting back into it. John DePork, meanwhile, makes a full pass. 10:21, 130 miles an hour in his Camaro. That'll bring up the champ, Jamie Roth. Left side of the racetrack, 1964 Comet. We've got Scott Winterbottom in the right lane, little Chevy 2. Should be the quicker of the two. Winterbottom with his hands full. Car goes right off the line. Got to reel it back into the groove, which he does. Puts a 995 on the reader board. Jamie Roth, meanwhile, 1013 at a $1.31.
No, you're good. Sorry. You're good.
Well, who do we have in the left lane? Now, I'm not sure what it is, but the Super Shifters do have a minimum dial-in, thanks to Justin Gallant some years ago. They added that rule. Keith Winterbottom, right side of the racetrack. In the Camaro goes 019 red on the starting line and 982 at 138 miles an hour at the finish line. So 17:15 in the left lane. Pro bracket. This is your standby call. Pro bracket, standby call. Be ready to go, please. So I do believe that'll put a wrap on Super Shifters. Take us to Junior Street.
Only a few cars in Super Shifter. It's not uncommon. Usually like have like 8 or 10 cars. It's a pretty niche class.
So it looks like we have James and Dallas. James in the left lane, Dallas in the right. James turns it red by just 16 thousandths of a second.
Sophia going to be the next pairing up to the staging beams as the 06 Honda gets set to do battle with the Ford F-250. It's a huge junior street category compared to what it normally is, and this was even the case 2 weeks ago as well for the season opener. So the junior street category for Beaton Industries really on its way up in terms of attendance, which is exactly what we want to see. Sophia gets 9:61 at 80 miles an hour. Joshua goes 11:12 at 65. A lot of these races going to end up being the next generation of full-size car racers here at Mission Raceway Park, and hopefully beyond as well. GMC pickup over here, TCS side, will race against Jacob in the 2020 AT4 Lordco lane.
GMC's aplenty.
Okay, you have your computer open. You check.
004 light in the right lane. How about that? Then 11:04, 65 miles an hour through the 8th mile finish line. So I'm going to say pickups are a pretty popular choice of race vehicle in junior street.
Quite a few of these vehicles, I believe, pull full-size race cars to the track, so may as well.
Now we've got Riker and Josephine. Both drivers from Abbotsford. Josephine in the right lane. Old square body, left side, 1987. Riker goes 9:25 at 76 miles an hour to arrive at the finish line first. Josephine follows with a 10:62 at 68 miles an hour.
Hi, Simon.
Tyler and Jenna out there now. Jenna in the right lane, Tyler in the left.
Junior Thunder first, and then Junior. Thank you, do.
So winding our way through Junior Street. Nice 66 Beaumont over there in the right lane. Taryn. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Pro bracket. Pro bracket. Pro bracket to lanes 5 and 6. Pro bracket. Come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, you are on standby. But we'll take pro bracket to lanes 5 and 6. I guess that's my cue. So I'm going to hand the mic back over to Rod. Rod, our new announcer. And I'll be back up here at some point.
Jack and Emily will be the first pairing up in Junior Thunder. Global Containers being represented over here at TCS side. White Lightning Racing, Titanium Auto Group, Lordco Auto Parts, TNT, and Pioneer Truck and Trailer over the Lordco lane. Emily will go 9:41 with the 3, 69 miles an hour. Jack will go 14:55 at 42 miles an hour. That brings up Alex for Global Containers alongside
Cadence out of Chilliwack. Ken's Specialty Auto, Ernie's Speed Custom, Color Compass, Milron Truck Body.
Alex, of course, the race winner from the season opener, bested younger brother Jack. And Jack's been doing a lot of talking in that post-race interview from 2 weeks ago about how he's going to get his brother back this week. We'll see if that statement will ring true. There was a lot of confidence. We'll be holding him to it. Hunter T will be the next one up for the JBS equipment machine.
And Nate, Global Containers out of Mission.
Nate will go 898, 70 miles an hour. Hunter T goes 902 with the 6 at 72. And that brings up Owen in the Badass Garage at Fountain Tire 2004 Creative Dragster.
And Adeline out of Langley with Sponsor World riding on that car, Alder Auto, and K&L.
that goes to 10th red on the tree. Owen was quite green as Adeline will clock in an 8:89, 72 miles an hour. Owen will go 14:65 at 42. That'll bring up Dallas and Bentley. TKO Hot Rods over here, TCS side. Nova Speed Shop, Lucas Oil, Titanium Model Group, Heat and Industries, and JBS Equipment sponsoring Bentley over there in the Lordco lane. .897, 71 miles an hour. Dallas will go 1380 at 45. And that brings up Adam for TKO Performance and Lordco Auto Parts, your 2022 points champion and Junior Thunder.
And we got April, JBS Equipment sponsor, out of Mission. Hunter G in the left lane, Wes in the right lane, both out of Chilliwack. Let's see how they do.
bring up Isabella for De Silva Auto World, Canco, and Quality Manufactured Homes of the 2016 Mike Boss Dragster.
And in the right lane, we got Connor, TKO Hot Rods, Fitness Lab, Panther Auto Glass, Albion Tireland.
We've rolled into Junior Lightning. Looking like there will be at least 2 cars in this Junior Lightning category. Possibly 8 or more. There were 8 cars in the last race. It looks like there's a few more than 8 this time around. Isabella will go 8:18, 81 miles an hour. Connor with an 8:08 at 80. Bring up Lincoln for Titanium Auto Group and JBS Equipment in that Huddleston Junior Dragster.
And Nick for JBS Equipment.
Lincoln, of course, was the champion from 2022 in the Junior Lightning category. Just barely besting Colton Moore and went right down to the final race of the Mission Finals. Came up short in 2023, looking to see if he can return that car to victory lane this afternoon. Two green bulbs as Lincoln and Nick both race up towards the 8th mile mark. 797, 81 miles an hour, 802 at 81. I'll bring up McKenna for JBS Equipment to race against Abigail. Lordco Auto Parts, Pioneer Truck and Trailer, Walco Industries over in the Lordco lane. So some confusion on the starting line as some trouble getting these cars to stage. We'll try this again. And now problems for McKenna as the car loses fire. So trying to get some life back into that car. Going to wait patiently over in the Lordco side. Car's refire. We'll try this a third time. Third time's the charm. We'll go for the hat trick. 18 thousandths of a second will go the way of Abigail. 8:06 at 80 miles an hour. 8:08 at 79 for McKenna. And that brings up CL. Racing against Jackson, sponsored by JBS and Grandpa. CL went at 8:05, 81 miles an hour, and Jackson went 8:58 at 75. That leaves one more, and then some licensing passes. Lexi for the Hobo Racing Bow Tie Ventures machine out of Langley. Going to run down track and goes 8:15, 79 miles an hour. Now to wrap up qualifying for first round of all classes. We got one licensing pass in this unit Dragster before we roll back into Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. So the licensing pass will be aborted, and we will be down for a bit of track prep now as we reset things for our second round of qualifying, and then we'll be rolling into eliminations for the afternoon. So just to clear up a little bit of confusion that seems to be stemming down in the pit area, for all classes on race 3, there is going to be 2 qualifying hits. So we are about to enter our second qualifying hit for all classes. That is including juniors. So all classes, including combos, shifters, and juniors, will be getting a second qualifying hit. It is only for race 4 later on this afternoon where there's only 1 qualifier. But for now, there is going to be 2 qualifying hits for race 3. So Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket rolling back into the water box as we get set to kick off second round of qualifying. We'll be starting it up with Bill Wells in his Malibu over here TCS side.
Now we got Grant Gordon on the right, 69 Dodge Dart.
TNT Auto Parts being sponsored over in the TCS lane, excuse me. The Lordco lane holds 4 Cycles Customs Incorporated. Both of these drivers, of course, double classing this afternoon. Grant Gordon classing as well in Hot Rod, whereas Bill Wells is also in Sportsman. Bill Wells gets set to fire down track along with Grant Gordon. Hey, listen up out there. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro Bracket. Final call, Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, this is your final call. This is your last qualifying hit. If you want to race, you have to be in the staging lanes. And then Sportsman. We'll call Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. Lanes 1 and 2. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. First call. Lanes 1 and 2. And then Rat Torque Systems Super Pro. You're on standby. Dylan Scott will take the Baja North and Lordco Auto Parts Chevelle to the staging lanes.
And Brian Landrit.
Double away on the tree for Ladre as they fire down track. And Dylan Scott will go at a 10:37, 127 miles an hour. Ladre goes 10:97 at 96. We'll see both of them back for eliminations. Bring up Lorenz Schwartz for the Titanium Auto Group of a Speed Shop Chevy Monte Carlo.
And we got Ralph Ellers out of Mission Junkyard Dog.
That old Mustang Fox body with a 6-liter engine underneath it. .26, 131 miles an hour. 1093 at 122 for Ehlers. Bring out Walter Johnson in his Chevelle.
And Del Northgraves, 77 Nova.
North Graves, 10:55, 126 miles an hour. Johnson went 11:20 with the 6 at 118. Bring up Mal Patterson and the Albion Tireland Malfunction Acadian.
Sean Langley, 69 Mach 1. Pacific Raceway Sportsman Track Champion.
That car used to belong to Jim Waldo. Mal Patterson goes 001 red after a lot of wheel spin and tire shake for Sean Langley. Patterson goes 10:04, 132 miles an hour. Langley goes 13:07 at 118, but a bit of an asterisk on that ET considering how much troubles he had trying to get that car to launch into gear. Brings up Ross Walker in the Chevy 2.
As well, Derek Shirk, 90 Blazer, Titanium Racing.
Derek Shirk, of course, a name that many people that follow Door Slammers are familiar with in that Battle-born Bel Air, but running the 1990 Blazer this afternoon, Walker will go 10:16 at 130 miles an hour. Derek Shirk, 11:02 at 119. Brings up Steve Baskerville in that 2-liter turbo Volkswagen Golf.
And Andy Klosky, 60.
The design flooring Chevrolet trying to drive out in front of Baskerville as Andy Klosky will get there way out in front. Goes 11:11 with the 6, 118 miles an hour. Baskerville 13:37 at 112.
You know what? There's something wrong with that.
Dennis Winton trying to stay out in front of indicated. How about that? 2 reaction times that are almost identical, but one was 0411 red, the other 0411 green. That's a bit of a spooky coincidence, if you ask me. That brings up Veronica Hodgson in her Dodge Dart. Bobby Eller's racing in that Ford Mustang with the 6-stroker motor. Now, Hodgson's car broke an axle on its first weekend out in eliminations, and the car found itself being pulled off to the side. That was right at the 60-foot off the hitch. Looks like the car's been fully fixed up. Is Hodgson going to fire back down track? Bobby Ehlers in the right lane will go 10:38, 128 miles an hour. Veronica Hodgson in the left lane goes 11:97 at 109. And that'll bring up John Tabak in the Rad Torque Systems Chevy S10. Both drivers away on the green. John Tabak will go 10:52 with the 0, 126 miles an hour. Rich Dines goes 11:33 at 116. And, well, it's a pair as old as time. Chris Stone in the in the Stone Cold Racing Dodge Dart. Trip Zip with an 8 on that one for the Rad Torque Systems Bucky's Mini Executing Titanium Model Group machine. And, well, at this point, we have a little joke running here that Benke's got enough mugs that he could probably start a bar by himself. And he'll add another one to the ever-growing collection. That brings up Dustin Hunter and his Ford Falcon on a solo pass. .921, 146 miles an hour. As that brings up Robert Gillick in the 09 Challenger. So a pair of Dodges then, and both of them are Challengers. You got a Scat Pack machine over there in the right lane. Now those are a special type of machine that Dodge makes that is specifically outfitted for drag racing, and I believe you can even buy it with slick tires. Comes straight out of the factory, ready to race. Robert Gillick, though, looks like his Challenger tuned up a little bit better. So rip it down track and goes 10:55 at 132 miles an hour. Taggart goes 12:30 at 112. Attention to pits, attention in the pits. Final call for Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. Final call. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro to lanes 3 and 4. That is Rad Torque Systems Super Pro to lanes 3 and 4. Licensing on standby. Licensing on standby. Bring up Mike Render in the Fountain Tire Lordco Auto Parts S10, making his first appearance. Render was absent for the season opener and making his first appearance in weekend competition this afternoon. BC Scale Johnson Customs exhaust out of the wagon trying to get out in front as Mike Render will go 1083, 122 miles an hour. Craig Johnson with a 1064 at 120. Bring up Joel Smith, the Zapstrap Racing Chevelle. To race Rob Getz in the Ford F-250 as we roll into Sportsman. So Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman out for their second of 2 qualifying hits for race number 3. We'll roll down to Stormy in the SBB Racing Pavey Hill Machines Chevy Tahoe.
And we got Eric Brittain, 79 Fairmont.
Stormy goes 1673 with it at 84 miles an hour. Brittain goes 1967 at 67. And that'll bring up Ann Copeland in the 2016 Subaru.
And we got Brendan Piskasak, 90 Mustang out of Burnaby.
Piskasak goes 1312, 101 miles an hour, and Copeland goes 1556 at 91. That'll bring up Eric Hansen in the Broadway Dart.
Jessica Armstrong, 75 Dodge. Armstrong and Monroe Marketing.
Quarter mile mark, 1298 at 102 for Eric Hansen, while Jessica Armstrong will go 1375 at 99. Gary Fawcett will be the next one up in the 1966 Plymouth.
And Ryan Ladre, Muffler Tech Automotive, 71 Chevelle.
Ladre goes 041 red on the tree, while Garrett Fawcett is 030 to the good. Ladre will run that one out to the quarter mile mark. Clocks in a 12:75, 75 miles an hour. Garrett Fawcett goes 14:26 at 93. Next up, Kevin McCauley in that old school Cutlass.
And Sylvia Hookston's 66 Ford Mustang.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Licensing into lanes 5 and 6. Licensing, come on down to lanes 5 and 6 and Hot Rod to 3 and 4. That is licensing to 5 and 6 and Hot Rod to 3 and 4. Standby, sorry, Hot Rod on standby. Hot Rod on standby. Do not come to the lanes yet, Hot Rod. Old Car Center Hot Rod, you're on standby. Licensing to lanes 5 and 6. Final and last call as well for Super Pro. Super Pro, this is your final call. Two pairs of red lights on that one. It's Cassidy Langley will run down track in the 2011 Ford Edge. Sean Langley running that Mustang that was formerly belonging to Jim Waldo. Next up, the AMC Pacer. Are we going up against
Steve Baskerville, 2016 Golf, 2-liter turbo.
the Pacer way red on the tree as Baskerville set to run down track. Bring up Nick Douglas in the 2023 Charger Super B.
And Grant Gordon, 69 Dodge Dart, 4-cycle customs.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Hot Rod to lanes 1 and 2. Hot Rod coming up to lanes 1 and 2. That is Old Car Center Hot Rod coming up to lanes 1 and 2. That is going to put Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo on standby. So we're going to be down for just a little bit of starting line work as we wrap up Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. The next time we see them up will be about past noon, and they'll be for eliminations for round number 1 of race 3 of the JBS Equipment ET Series. Our next class up will be Rad Torch Systems Super Pro. Looking like it'll be Justin Bond that'll be up first in that Pontiac door slammer. To make a hit down track, it'll be going up against the Mustang Fox Body. Once again, Justin Bond brings up that brand new Pontiac door slammer over here, TCS side.
Jason Gibson in the 91 Mustang in the right lane.
Justin Bond will put down a 771 at 177 miles an hour, while Jason Gibbs will run a 998 at 137. That'll bring up Scott Robertson, the Titanium Auto Group, Radford Systems, and AFD Beretta.
And in the right lane, Nick Angelucci, 78 Chevy, Malibu.
.355 small block Chevy motor being represented over there in the Lordco lane, but I think that door slammer's got him smoked here. And Scott Robinson will run it out to the quarter mile, go 775, 175 miles an hour, and pops the laundry at the top end. And Lucci went 1078 at 124. That brings up Kevin Garlock into the 71 Camaro.
John Jenkins, 88 Chevy S10.
Running for the West Coast Building Restorations, along with Bubba Speed Shop and Andy Hatton, also sponsoring that machine. Garlock will take to the quarter, goes 897 with an 8, 147 miles an hour. John Jenkins with a 1069 at 122. That'll bring up Jan Christensen in the El Gringo Nova.
And John Vandeven, 68 Firebird.
Dubs that car Murphy's Law. And Christensen being backed up as oil on the starting line of the left lane there. Not sure if it's for Christensen's car or for the one that came before. So Vandeven's pass will turn into a single. Vandeven will go 1035 at 131 miles an hour. Christensen will be backed fully out of the staging lanes, and I believe that sets up Kevin McNichol in that Lordco Auto Parts Rad Torque Systems machine over in the Lordco side. Nickel on a solo pass for the Rad Torque Systems, Ken Specialty Auto, Lordco Auto Parts, and Lucas Oil Chevy Nova will run it out to the quarter with a 10:15 at 132. Next up, Mike Robinson. Going to be over here in the TCS lane in that old Ford Roadster.
And we got Dan Parsons in the Duster.
Attention to pits, attention to pits. Final call for licensing. Final call for licensing. Stand by Super Combo. That is final call for licensing. Stand by Super Combo. Mike Robinson and Dan Parsons will run down track, and Robinson out in front. 917, 142 miles an hour. Dan Parsons, 1085 at 131. Ted Bus, the next one up in the Shotgun Trucking for Roadster.
And we got Mike Stewart, 67, Chevy 2. Nickname is Bucky. Super Chicklet, Bucky's Mini Excavating.
You know how like little chicklets are, they're all white. It's a fast little chicklet on the track. I think that's where that name comes from. Ted Bus and Mike Stewart run down track, and Bus again way out in front will go 909, 144 miles an hour. Mike Stewart goes 1010 with a 6 at 131. Bring up another door slammer. Brian Ritchie burning out through the staging beams. That was the Ritchie Racing Engines Chevelle that's going to be looking to make a hit.
And Martin Rachel out of Surrey, 76 Chevy, Malibu.
Shell leaving way early, still has that car no doubt geared up for the 500s Pro Tree that they run in Super Combo. Brian Ritchie with a 784 at 172 miles an hour. Rochelle goes 1086 at 126. Now bring up Craig Johnson for the BC Scale Johnson's Customs Exhaust Malibu wagon.
And John Tabak, 89 S10.
Brad Torque Systems on the side of that driver that took the win away. Tabak, of course, your winner in Rad Torque Systems Super Pro last week. Tension in the pits. Super Combo to lanes 3 and 4. That is Lordco Auto Parts. Super Combo to lanes 3 and 4. And that'll put BC McLeod Super Shifters on standby. BC McLeod Super Shifters, you are on standby. Mark Muscant, the next one up at Lordco Auto Parts, Muscant Racing, Tyreland Vernon Chevrolet.
And Lorenz Schwartz, 83 Monte Carlo.
Schwartz ran by 009 and well Scant. Let's just say cotton napping a little bit on the tree on that one, as Lorenz Schwartz will go at a 1020 at 131 miles an hour. Muscant was a 1050 with a 2 at 132. Andy Hatton will be on a single pass in that 1969 484 big block Chevy motor. Dubs that machine the Grinch. Sponsored by Bubba Speed Shop, Titanium Auto Group, and Taves Roofing. 8:21 at 162 miles an hour for Andy Hatton. And we'll roll into some test passes now. We'll be kicking it off with John DeYoung. Now, DeYoung is already qualified in the Super Pro category. He was up in round 1 of qualifying for the Radtorque System Super Pro category. That is a door slammer that is capable of 200+ mile an hour, sub 7-second passes. So he could be looking to make a full pull in door slammer tune to set himself up for when the Winter Harbor Marine and RV Canada West door slammers have their season opener about 2 weeks from now. Attention to the pits. Absolute final call for Old Car Center Hot Rod. Hot Rod, this is your absolute final call. If you are not in the lanes, you need to be there now. And the car will shut off. And it looks like it might stay that way as the crew is going to be pushing that car back and out. So we'll replace one door slammer with another. Camaro to Corvette, Henry Zacharias will be making his way back to the staging lanes. Again, this car, a very frequent runner in the door slammers category. And looking to make some testing hits in preparation for their first points race next week. Not next week, 2 weeks. 2 weeks from now. Got a little close to the left side of the groove there, but Quinton gets back into the throttle, makes a full pull. 763, 178 miles an hour. He'll pop the chutes at the top end. Now, this is a new dragster for Emma Debris-Coos. Now, last race weekend, she was licensing to run in this dragster. Making a few more test hits here in this one. Back end a little lively on that one, kind of bouncing up and down. That's not ideal on a drag car. So some tweaks still needing to be made. She'll shut it off at the 8th mile mark. Only went 688 at 74 miles an hour to that 8th mile point. Still figuring out the tweaks then for Emma Debris-Coos. Oh, and how about this? A front engine dragster. You don't see many of these around anymore. Shaylin Svedek making a run in that front engine dragster. That car all the way from 1970. Shaylin's been a go-kart racer for the last 13 years, although this is her first time racing that car this afternoon. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Super shifters to lanes 5 and 6. BC McLeod, super shifters to lanes 5 and 6. Stand by for Mountain View Harley Davidson motorcycles. Motorcycles, you're on standby. This will be our last testing hit before we will roll into Old Cars Center Hot Rod. Kind of like John DeYoung's car, struggling to keep fire in that front engine dragster as they try to get us a rumble to life on them. Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo. This is your final call. Final call for Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo as we are going to back the dragster out. And I think there should be enough room to get the car out of there around the mooch. Oh, they managed to get the car fired up again, so I'll make an effort. On that test hit, we'll shut it off at the 8th mile mark, 599 at 98 miles an hour to that 8th mile. It was off and coasting at the quarter. That'll roll us now into Old Car Center Hot Rod for their second and final round of qualifying for race number 3 before we roll into eliminations. Steve Wilson racing the Mooch Acadian this time by.
Barry Patterson, 65 Coronet.
So both cars going to stage on up. Hot Rod, the cars have to be 1969 or older. So no modernism allowed. It is only the old school that runs in the Hot Rod category for Old Car Center. Away on the green, racing to the quarter mile. Patterson with a 987, 136 miles an hour. Steve Wilson went 10:25 at 128. That'll bring up Darrell Tippy in the 1962 Chevy 2.
And Rob Monroe Jr. in the 69 Acadian. Winter Harbor Marina sponsored.
Junior, and then of course his father, Rob Monroe Sr., will be up on the very next pass. Rob Monroe Jr. will go 10:57, 25 miles an hour, gets there a tenth faster than Daryl Tippy, who went 10.76 at 124. That brings up Jerry Brabander in the 1962 Chevy 2.
And Rob Monroe Sr., 31 Model A, White Knuckle Racing.
Brabander, having had some success in that machine in the last few years, was the 2022 California Hot Rod Reunion Champion. Racing out of Cloverdale, Senior turns on the red line as Brabander will get set to run down track after him. Rob Monroe at the top end will go 886, 140 miles an hour. Brabander goes 1065 at 123. Rob Hodgson will be the next up in the Dodge Dart.
Dustin Hunter, 64 Ford Falcon. It's Falcon fast.
Oh, it is. It's an ever popular slogan for that machine. It's often one of the quicker ones in the hot rod category. As evidenced against Rob Hodgson, is Dustin Hunter way out in front despite Hodgson going red on the tree with 003 for Hunter. 918, 146 miles an hour. Rob Hodgson went 1069 with the 3 at 123. Matt Warner, your hot rod winner from 2 weeks ago in the Linden Service Center Ford, going to be taking it up next.
Terry Hoogston's 66 Chevy Nova out of Maple Ridge.
Wheels up high for Matt Warner. We were joking a lot last season after a few incidents where the back bumper nearly scraped along the ground. He might want to invest in a wheelie bar. To spite us, he made those wheels go as high as he possibly could on every single launch. He does not believe in wheelie bars or the benefits they provide. I think he likes seeing out of the floor of that car. I'll bring up Veronica Hodgson next and hear her 69 Dodge Dart.
And Dennis Winton, 66 Bel Air. He calls it Shaggy.
By a tenth of a second, Winton will get there ahead of Hodgson, goes 11.73 at 112 miles an hour. Veronica Hodgson, 11.954 at 109. Next up, Sylvia Hooksteds in her 66 Mustang.
And Roland Lowen, 55 Meteor.
That 55 Meteor, one of the older cars in the class, bested, I believe, only by Rob Monroe Sr.'s 1931 Model A. That car, for as old as it is, it still has some pep in its step. Looks to run down track, and he'll put up a challenge to his Hoogstens Mustang. But Hoogstens will go 12.88 at 103. Rolling low at 13 flat with a 7 at 100 miles an hour. Chris Stone will be up next in the Stone Cold Racing Dodge Dart to race against
Jim Benke, 67 Plymouth Cuda.
Old Car Center Hot Rod. Gonna get itself wrapped on up. That rolls us into Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo. Jerry Yap taking that 66 Mustang back up to party. Now that car had some sort of major problem on the get-go of its first launch. It seems it'll be any better this on this second hit.
And Steve Lowe, 92 Firebird out of Langley.
Attention the pits, attention the pits. Super shifters, we need super shifters to the lanes. Super shifters, this is your last call to the lanes. And Junior straight to lanes 3 and 4. Junior straight to lanes 3 and 4. Super shifters, this is your last call. Beating Industries Junior straight to lanes 3 and 4. This time a better run for Jerry M. He'll get a time on the board at 10:98 at 142 miles an hour. That's a bit better. Steve Lowe goes 10:79 at 163. That brings up Warren Jacobson to the 67 Chevy 2.
And Dan Parsons, 70 Duster.
Both these cars running that NHRA Super Street 1090 index. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We're going to update that call for juniors to all Peated Industries junior classes to the lanes. That's Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2, Street to 3 and 4. Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2, Street to 3 and 4. Jan Christensen brings up the Nova.
And Martin Rochelle, 78 Malibu, 468 Chevy.
Stop doing that the old-fashioned way. Goes 10:17, little quick on that one. 136 miles an hour. Martin Rochelle goes 10:87 at 125. That wraps up Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo. We'll see them up next for their one race on the day before we roll into Beast McLeod Super Shifters. Rich Graves up first in that 1960 El Camino that he dubs the wife.
And Dale Posnick, 67 Ford Mustang, Riff Raff Racing.
All four appendages at play. You got 1 foot on the clutch, 1 foot on the gas, 1 hand on the wheel, 1 hand on the gear shifter. Has to be manual transmission in these machines. Posnick way out in front, and he'll go in at a 10:24, 131 miles an hour. Rich Graves will go 11:65 at 117. That'll bring up Scott Winterbottom in that Rags to Riches Top Shop Chevy 2.
And Jamie Roth, 64 Comet, out of Langley.
Scott Winterbottom immediately getting out of the throttle with some kind of problem setting in for the Chevy 2. Jimmy Roth will go at a 10:17 with a 6, 134 miles an hour. Scott Winterbottom's car lurched and it coasted to the center line, but never crossed it, and is moving slowly, only just now reached the quarter mile with a 23-second time. So that car is very much shut off. As waiting to see if Scott will make it off the racetrack. Meanwhile, John DePork will be up next in his 77 Chevy Camaro.
And we got Keith Winterbottom, 68 Camaro.
That car is actually a new car. It used to be a Nova that Keith Winterbottom ran, but of course a brake failure last season caused that car to go into the sand trap where it was effectively obliterated. So it was not an ideal run for Keith Winterbottom. He is now in a brand new car for this season. Good to see him back in racing action, though, for sure. As John DePork will take off and try to beat the Camaro to the top end. It's a pair of Camaros, and more problems set in. John DePork off the throttle, so that left lane having some big problems right around the 8th mile mark, it looks like. And Keith Winterbottom will go at 971 at 140. And that'll put the last two Super Shifter cars on the line, starting with what we believe to be Wilf Friesen. Final pair of cars running down the racetrack as Will Friesen and Will Zorich both running down track. And the Shelby GT500 will take you to the top end. Goes 1396 at 117 miles an hour. His opponent, 1896 at 79. And with that, we'll roll into our two lone motorcycle competitors from Mountain View Harley-Davidson Motorcycles on the afternoon.
Tom Torrent in the right lane, GSXSR. The Kraken says a sponsor, Daytona Motorsports Boulder Designs.
The Kraken is what he's dubbed that bike for his nickname, and it's George Hogg to race in the 2010 Cosma bike over here, TCS side. Both bikes off and away. Sport versus more of a muscle bike, and Turan gets there first. 8:58 with an 8. 157 miles an hour. George Hogg, 1064 at 102. And that rolls us to Peated Industries Junior Street. So Tyler, the first truck up, your defending champion in the Zap Strap Racing Chevy 1500.
And James in the right lane, the 2013 Nissan.
And after a 006 light on the tree for Tyler, it'll be a 1096 at 64 miles an hour to the 8th. James goes 1017 at 68. That brings up Josephine, also in the Zap Strap Racing Chevy.
And Jenna in the 2000 Chevy. Tahoe.
Both drivers will run to the 8th mile, and for Jenna, it'll be a 1073 at 65 miles an hour. Josephine goes 1072 at 68. Bring up Riker in the 1987 GMC 500.
And Sophia in the right lane, Ford F-250.
Zach was mentioning earlier about just how popular pickup trucks are in the junior street category, and that is a trend that continues to ring true. I believe there's only actually about 2 or 3 non-pickup or SUV competitors in the entirety of the junior street field. As we roll to Joshua in that 06 Honda to race up against one such car, Taryn in that 66 Beaumont. Sponsored by Neil Smith down at Peden Industries. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. This is your standby call. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. This is your standby call. Taryn will go to a 10.50 with a 5, 74 miles an hour. Joshua for an 11.136 at 65. And that will take us up now to one of the cars that ran in the semifinal round. Jordan, the Pontiac Firebird, was your semifinal competitor, lost out to Sophia in the last round.
And Jacob with his 22 AT4. Stovey Construction.
Out to the 8th mile mark, and Jordan gets there first. 9.68 with a 7, 74 miles an hour. Jacob goes 10.60 with a 5 at 65. Dallas and David, the next two up, and Dallas running the overtime Honda for BC Dragon and Snorcom Canada in that 2000 Civic. With Peden Industries Junior Street being wrapped up, that'll take us now into Junior Thunder. So we get set to roll into our second round of qualifying. Cadence. First Junior Thunder car up for 10 Specialty Auto Ernie Speed Custom Color Composite Milron truck body in the 2006 Creative Dragster.
And we got Ashton, TK Performance, and Lordco sponsored.
Cadence turns on the red light. Ashton goes into the green. Cadence goes 9:05, 73 miles an hour. Ashton will clock in 11:99 with a 7 at 53 miles an hour. Just 3,000 shy of a perfect 12-second run. And that will bring up Alex, the Global Container sponsor, the Junior Dragster for Green Brothers Racing, alongside Adeline. Performance World, Eldorado, and K&L being sponsored over in the Lordco lane. As we continue to roll steady on through our elimination program. Well, through our qualifying program, we're setting ourselves up for our elimination program. .006 on the tree for Adeline, but it's in the red. And Alex will go to a 12:26 at 52 miles an hour. Adeline, 9:33 at 66. That'll bring up the next pair. Nate for Global Containers.
And we have Emily, Titanium, Lordco, TNT, and Pioneer Truck.
Running for that White Lightning Racing team. April goes up at the JBS equipment machine.
In Dallas, running TKO Hot Rods sponsorship. Hunter T in the left lane and Adam in the right lane. TK Performance, Lordco, and was the 2022 points champion.
Sounded like Adam's car having a bit of trouble trying to keep fire in it. Goes 891 with a 9, 60 miles an hour. Hunter T goes 895 with 73.
So we got Jack up in the left lane and Bentley in the right lane. Both out of mission.
The Global Contenders machine goes red on the tree. The Bubba Speed Chop, Lucas Oil, Titanium Motor Group, Peanut Industries, and JBS Script Machine of Bentley will get there first. 895, 70 miles an hour. Jack will go 1431 at 43.
Next up, we got Nash in the left lane and Owen in the right lane. Badass Garage and Fountain Tire. Nash with Milron Trucking, BDL Auto, Diversified Metalworks, and SN Racing.
Wes will be the next one up for the Home Masters team of Lordco Auto Parts.
Hunter G in the right lane, 2016 chassis. BDL Automotive, Diversified Metalworks, Rocket Coatings, paint by Rodrigue, and Milron Trucking.
Wesley pre-stage, just waiting out on Hunter. And Wesley gonna hightail it up towards the 8th mile mark. Hunter G in hot pursuit. Hunter G goes 877, 72 miles an hour. Wesley will go 1217 at 53. That wraps up Junior Thunder. We roll to Peanut Industries Junior Lightning.
Connor and Lincoln up. Connor in the left lane, Lincoln in the right lane. Lincoln with a 7.96, 81 miles an hour. Isabella and Ciel up. Ciel in the right lane. Isabella in the left. Ciel with a 8 flat, 81 miles an hour. Isabella, 812 at 82. Abby and McKenna up next. McKenna in the right lane and Abby in the left. McKenna with an 8 flat, 80 miles an hour. Abby goes 803 at 81. Next up, we got Jackson in the left lane, Nick in the right lane. Attention in the pits, pro to the lanes. Sportsman, you're on standby. Looks like we got things sorted out in the left lane. Jackson goes red. And Nick, 798, 81 miles an hour. Next up on a single, we got Lexi, Hobo Racing, sponsored Bowtie Ventures. Lexi, 812 at 80 miles an hour. Nice pass. Up next, this is a licensing pass for Paige. Her sponsors, Deadman Racing, Ron's Engine and Machine. Page with a 1092, 45 miles an hour. We'll do a little track prep now. Give us about 15 minutes and be up and going again. Attention in the pits. Final call for pro to the lanes. Again, final call for pro.
Top of that call for the final call for Sportsman to for pro to the lanes. We're going to put Sportsman on standby. That is Sportsman on standby. First elimination pass of the afternoon for Bubba's Beach Shop Pro Bracket. Cassie Tippy takes out the 1965 Nova, dialed at 1169.
And Bill Wells out of Mission 79 Malibu at 1169.
Heads up race this, with both drivers having the same dial in. Pair of green lights. Running now to the quarter-mile mark. Bill Wells about 100th better on the tree, and it will not translate to a win by 7 thou. Cassie Tippy is into round 2. Next pair up, Dustin Hunter in the Ford Falcon, dialed at 918.
And John Tabak, dial at 1052.
Torque Systems S10 already pre-staged. Tabak out first, Hunter in hot pursuit. John Tabak was the winner in Pro 2 weeks ago, and he's into round 2 as John Tabak knocks out the Ford Falcon. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Sportsman to the lanes, Sportsman to the lanes. That is Sportsman to the lanes. That is Super Pro as well on standby. As Rich Dies takes the Transporters Logistics Nova to race Grant Gordon, the Force Cycle and Customs Incorporated Dart. As the pair of them look to fire their way up the racetrack. And a breakout for Grant Gordon will give it the way of Rich Dies. Dylan Scott will take the Baja North Lordco Auto Parts Chevelle dialed to 1035.
Ross Walker, 66 Chevy 2, 1017 dial.
they race to the quarter. Ross Walker wins it on a double breakout. Scott got there first, but when 600ths under the dial, Ross Walker only 100th under. Andy Klosky takes up the design Florian Chevy, dialed at 1114.
Jim Becky, dial at 1018.
Red light start for Jim Banky, a very rare mistake from the wheel standing Barracuda will knock Banky out in round one for the second race in a row, and Andy Klosky is through to the second round. Del Northgraves will be the next car up, and the Chevy Nova dialed at 1055.
Ryan Ladre, dialing at 1250.
This is going to be a close race. These drivers separated by 4th thou on the tree. Double breakout. Ladre got there first, went too quick. Northgraves into the second round. Dennis Winton will be the next one up in the Shaggy Bel Air, dialed at an 1173.
And Derek Shirk, 90 Blazer, dialing at 1102.
Two green bulbs. As Derek Shirk trying to see if he can get out in front of Dennis Winton. Well, Winton got there first, but broke out in the process by 200ths. Shirk to round two. Bring up Rob Monroe Jr. in the 1969 Acadian for the Winter Harbor Marina and RV, dialed at 1055.
Craig Johnson, 79 Malibu Wagon, BC Scales, Johnson's Custom, Exhaust, dialing at 1068.
Craig Johnson will get there first at the quarter mile. Better on the tree, better at the top end. He'll move on to the second round. That brings up Lorenz Schwartz with Titanium Auto Group and Bubba Speed Shop of the Monte Carlo.
David Rastad, 80 Malibu, dial at 1206.
It's almost a 2-second head start that Rastad's got over Schwartz, who's dialed at 1026. Schwartz having to be patient on the starting line. Now is in hot pursuit. Rastad trying to stay out in front. This is a race that might be decided on the starting line, though. And sure enough, Lorenz Schwartz will get there first. Was better by almost 1/10 of a second on the tree. Lucas Taggart with the next one up in the Scat Pack Challenger.
Veronica Hodgson, 69 Dodge Dart, dialing 1197.
Pair of Dodges running down track, one new, one old. And, well, this is again a race on the start line. Lucas Taggart with not a reaction time he's going to want to talk about all that much, as Veronica Hodgson will easily drive around into the next round. Sean Langley will bring up the Mustang over here, TCS side, and goes red as Steve Baskerville move on into round number 2. And that brings up Bobby Ehlers to race against your 2023 Sportsman champion, Nick Douglas. So a Ford 6-stroker Mustang down at 1031 to race against the Charger down at 1237. Ehlers having to be patient. Quarter-mile mark. Douglas on the brakes, but still goes too quick. 18th thou under the mark. Bobby Ehlers to the next round. Walter Johnson brings up the Chevelle. Down at 1120. Will leave first.
Daryl Tippy, 1077 dial.
10 to the pits, 10 in the pits. Final call for Sportsman to the lanes. Final call for Sportsman to the lanes. Two green lights on the tree. Daryl Tippy trying to chase after Walter Johnson. Johnson got there first, though. Whole shot win with that one. Was 003 on the tree and only 6th thou off the mark. We have Robert Schillick in the 09 Challenger, down at 1050.
Mike Render, 1086 dial.
And a red light start with Mountain Tire Lordco Auto Parts S10 will put Robert Schillick to round number 2. Next up, Chris Stone will be racing in the Stone Cold Racing Machine down at 1013.
Ralph Ehlers and the Junkyard Dog dialing at 1094.
And well, Chris Stone's got himself another mug. He and Jim could both open up a tavern at this point in time. Trips it with a 4 will net Chris Stone the win, as Ralph Ehlers went too fast trying to stay out in front. Not like it would have mattered anyway. Mal Patterson will be the bye run in Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Rad Torque Systems, Super Pro to the staging lanes. That is Rad Torque Systems, Super Pro to the staging lanes. Licensing and hot rod. This is your standby call. That is licensing and old car center hot rod. This is your standby call. We roll into Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, as that was the last pass in Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Slowing things down a little bit before we get set to go back out for racing action. Jessica Armstrong will be one of the first pairs up for Armstrong and Monroe Marketing, dialed at 1370 in the Dodge.
Rob Getz in the 2005 Ford, dialing 1326.
The diesel pickup trying to stay out in front of Jessica Armstrong was better on the tree. Translate that to a race win, as Rob Getz will knock out Jessica Armstrong in round 1. Joel Smith will take the Zapstrap Racing Chevelle to chase after Gary Fawcett in the Plymouth. One of the reaction times quite better than the other, and sure enough, on a double breakout, it'll go the way of Gary Fawcett. Brandon Piscasek makes his way after Stormy. And quarter breakout for Stormy will give it the way of Piscasek. Stormy got there first, but went under by a tenth and a half, so Piscasek will be into the next round. Next up, Jim Mantle in that 1979 Pacer, dialed at 1460.
Eric Brittain, 79 Fairmont, 1168 dial.
Well, Mantle had to be patient and was not nearly patient enough. Went red by over a bulb on the tree. Eric Brittain will be easily into the next round with a car that dials in at 1968. The Fairmont moves on. The Mantle, sorry, the Pacer could very well be going home. Next one up, the Broadway Dart, down to 13 seconds, driven by Eric Hansen.
Kevin McCauley in the 83 Cutlass, old school, 1180 dial.
Pair of green lights. This will be a close one. Separated by a mere 0.02 on the tree, but a breakout for McCulley will cede the win to Eric Hansen. That brings up Roland Lowen in the Meteor, dialed at 1295.
And Sylvia Hookstons, 66 Ford Mustang, 1289 dial.
Both cars running out to the quarter mile. And no dice for Sylvia Hookstons. Roland Lowen will be into round number 2. Taking that Meteor to newer heights. Steve Baskerville will be the next one up to race against Grant Gordon. Grant Gordon trying to charge after Steve Baskerville. Baskerville goes too quick in the Gulf, and the 2-liter turbo motor going to be knocked out. Gordon to the next round. Brings up your defending champion, Nick Douglas, in that 2023 Dodge Charger. Nick Douglas wanted to wish a very much a happy birthday to Wayne Douglas, his own father. That birthday was just a couple of days ago, as he'll race against Cassidy Langley in that Ford Edge, style at 1625. Langley deep stages the car. And she turns on the red light. Your defending champion is into the second round. Ryan Ledre will be the next one up in his Muffler Tech Automotive Chevelle with a 468 Chevy motor underneath it.
Sean Langley in the 69 Mustang. 1160 dial.
Just under a bulb's length will separate this pair on the tree. Double breakout. Sean Langley will be the lesser offender as Ledre went 3/10 under. Langley only about a 10th and a half. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Last call for Super Pro. Last call for Super Pro to the lanes. License and test to 5 and 6. That is licensing to 5 and 6. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Final call. Bill Wells will be the next one up in that TNT Chevy Malibu.
And Copeland in the 16 Subaru, the 1556 dial.
It's a long wait for Bill Wells. We'll see if his patience is rewarded. He did not go red like so many other drivers do when they have to wait that long. Copeland on the brakes. Goes under. She heard him coming and went a little too quick. Wells is into the next round. That looks like a wrap then for Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, pun not intended, as we'll get set to roll into Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. The pits, tension in the pits. Hot Rod to lanes 1 and 2. Hot Rod, come on down. Lanes 1 and 2. Standby Super Combo. That is Old Car Center Hot Rod, lanes 1 and 2. And Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo on standby. First pair up, Jan Christensen will be dialed in at an 863 in the El Gringo Nova.
Dan Parsons, 70 Duster, 1090.
Parsons going to be utilizing that Super Street Index that he uses in Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo. The Quality Racing Duster, staging up. on, a close race. This is a close race. Separated by just 7/10,000ths on the tree. Christensen got there first, but went under in the process. Dan Parsons knocks out the defending champion. Bring up Justin Bond in that door slammer Pontiac, down at 773.
Mike Robinson in the 27 Ford, dial a 918.
Two green lights. Bond in hot pursuit of Robinson. Can the door slammer get around the roadster? It does not. Robinson got there first, but with 7 thou under the dial. Justin Bond into the next round. Brings up Scott Robinson in the Titanium Auto Group Radtor Systems AFD Beretta, dialed at 775.
And Martin Rochelle, dial at 1090, 78 Chevy Malibu.
Quarter mile. Scott Robinson gets there first. Martin Rochelle with another breakout. 19th thou under the dial. Scott Robinson is into the next round. That brings up Kevin Garlock at the 71 Camaro, dialed at 897.
Kevin McNichol, 67 Chevy Nova, the 1016 dial.
Garlock a little out of the groove as he launched. Trying to rip it out to the corner. Can't run him down. McNichol is into the next round. That will bring up Jason Gibson in the 91 Mustang Fox body, dialed at 998.
And John Tebeck, 1052.
Getting set to run down to the quarter mile mark, and Jason Gibson will get there first. John Tebeck not able to run him down. Tebeck went into the finals in both rounds in Pro and Super Pro, but this time eliminated in round one for Super Pro. Nick Angelucci will stage up the Malibu, down to 1078.
John Vandeven, 68 Firebird, Murphy's Law, 1015 dial.
And Vandeven, red by 7 thou. Will knock him out of competition. Nick Angelucci, move on. John Vandeven going red on the tree by 7,000 of a second. Nick Angelucci will be the next one in. Mike Stewart will be the next one up in the Bucky's Mini Excavating Super Chiclet Chevy 2, dialed at 1011.
Ted Buss and 34 Ford, 908.
Two green lights. And quarter mile. Bus couldn't make the pass. Mike Stewart is into the next round. Bring up Lorenz Schwartz out at 1023 in the Monte Carlo for Titanium Auto Group and Bubba Speed Shop.
Brian Ritchie, 68 Chevelle, 784.
Richie Racing Engines represented over there in the Lordco lane. That is a door slammer going up against one of our bracket cars. It's a long, long wait for Richie. But it was patient enough to get a green light. We'll see if he can follow it up with a win at the top end of the racetrack. And he does. Makes the pass by 6th out. Brian Ritchie is in around 2. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo to lanes 3 and 4. Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo. We need you into lanes 3 and 4. Craig Johnson staging up the Malibu wagon for BC Scale and Johnson's Customs Exhaust at 1061.
Mark Muscant, 77 Chevy Monza, 1015 dial.
Johnson out in front, trying to stay there, and he does. Mark Muscant was bested on the tree by 0.2 of a second. Super Combo, we've called Super Combo to lanes 1 and 2. That is Super Combo to lanes 1 and 2. And Super Shifters, this is your standby call. BC McLeod, Super Shifters, this is your standby call. Correction on Super Combo, 3 and 4 for Super Combo. Lanes 3 and 4 for Super Combo. Andy Hatton now charging after John Jenkins down the racetrack. And a bit of a lift at the top end, and that'll get him the win. As John Jenkins cannot stay out in front. Andy Hatton had the worst line, but better overall package at the top end. John Jenkins was too conservative on the brakes. That wraps up Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. We will now roll into some test passes. John DeYoung will be making another run at that 69 Camaro, making a second attempt. Last time he tried to make a pass, he got through the burnout phase, but the car died on the line, and they could not get it refired. Seeing if it'll be any better this time around. Attention in the pits, tension in the pits. BC McLeod, Super Shifters to lanes 5 and 6. That is Super Shifters to 5 and 6. Junior Street on standby. Super Shifters to 5 and 6 with Junior Street on standby. Sounds like the car was not fully where he wanted it. Went 467 at 150 miles an hour, but shut it off just shy of 1,000 feet. As we'll roll into a dragster pass for Emma Debris-Coos, testing out that new dragster. Ran a little bit further this time before shutting the car off, but engine still sounds like it might be a little bit on the fritz. So still tweaking that dragster to get it exactly where she wants it. And that will roll us to Shaylin Svetic in that front engine dragster. Full run to the quarter mile on that slightly detuned front end dragster. Ran 976 at 127 miles an hour. So our first pairing up then in the Old Car Center Hot Rod will be Matt Warner.
Rob Hodgson's right lane, 1071.
10:55 on the tree back here, so not a lot of time separating this pairing off the starting line. Well, you'll see a considerable difference in how these two cars launch. One of them likes to keep those wheels planted on the ground, as cars technically are and should be. The other likes to be a little bit more free with it. Warner up high with the wheels as he slams back down, trying to get around Rob Hodgson. Top end, double breakout. Hodgson was 11th out under, Warner only 3. Warner moves on to round 2. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We have once again called Super Combo. Super Combo, this is your second call to the lanes. Super Combo, second call to the lanes. That'll bring up Sylvia Hookstins to race against Terry Hookstins. Husband and wife duo. One of them will go home in round 1. And they both have green lights. Quarter mile mark, Sylvia Hookstins will knock out her husband from competition. And the Mustang will beat the Chevy. Steve Wilson will be the next one up in that Mooch Acadian from 1965.
Rob Monroe in the 69 Acadian, 1065.
One reaction time, nothing to write home about, and sure enough, that'll easily go the way of Rob Monroe as Steve Wilson in the mooch will be down. Justin Hunter will bring up the 1964 Ford Falcon down at 919.
And Veronica Hodgson, 69 Dodge Dart, 1197.
Long way for Hunter. Now trying to see if he can get around Hodgson and make that pass. Chasing her down to the quarter-mile mark and double breakout. Hodgson got there first, but Hunter will be the one to move on. Jim Banky brings up the Radtroy Systems Titanium Auto Group Bucky's Mini Excavating Wheel Standing Plymouth Barracuda.
Robin Monroe Sr., 31 Model A, 888 for a dial.
This time, it's no red light on the tree for a senior to end his day early. We'll see if he can follow it up with a win at the top end, but Banky's a tough cookie to beat, and he won't do it. Banky into round 2 by 18 thou. That brings up Roland Lowen in the Meteor. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Final call, super combo, final call. You're about to run, you need to be in the lanes yesterday. Final call, super combo. While Roland Lowen and Daryl Tippy get set to fire down track as they'll run to the quarter-mile mark. And by 7 thou, Roland Lowen gets it. Was off the dial by only 7/10 thousandths. Does not get much better than that at the top end of the racetrack. A nice pair to fire down track. And Chris Stone is in to round number 2 in Old Car Center Hot Rod. Pay attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Juniors to the lanes, juniors to the lanes. Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2. And all of this to be laddered. Street to the back of the lanes to be laddered as well. All junior classes to the lanes to be laddered. Pairing up. Jared Brander and Dennis Winton. Oh, and a red light start for Winton by just 1,000th of a second. Brabander will be into the second round. That will wrap up Old Car Center Hot Rod for round 1 of eliminations.
So I'm back up here in the tower. Going to give Nolan a little break. Spend a little time with Rod. Rod, how you? What do you think? First day announcing.
Nothing like putting a guy on the spot, but it's pretty cool.
Right on. So, my understanding, it's your first day announcing, but you did a little bit of racing in the past. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. I've raced a few different combinations, but that's the past.
So, when we say a few different combinations, like bracket racing or heads up?
Bracket racing.
Okay.
Dragster, alcohol, altered,
Ah,
Pro Street Chevelle.
very cool.
You know, the fun stuff.
Right on. So here we go, round one, super combo. We've got Steve Lowe in his new ride, 1992 Firebird. Now, I didn't get to see his second time trial, but I did get to see him go 165 miles an hour on his first. That makes for a pretty wicked super street car. Let's see what happens here in round number one. Warren Jacobson over here, tower side of the racetrack. Jacobson out front for now, but here comes Steve Lowe with all that mile per hour, and Steve Lowe is under the index, as is Jacobson, but by less. So it'll be Jacobson moving on. Now Jan Christensen will take on Martin Rochelle. Jan Christensen, winner 2 weekends ago in Super Pro. Trying to make it happen here this weekend in Super Combo. Check it out. Martin Rochelle dead 2 on the 1090 index. 125 miles an hour. He was 22 thou up front. So that'd be 24 thou total. Martin Rochelle coming back for round number 2. And Dan Parsons scores the bye. Odd numbered field of cars. Somebody gets the freebie in round 1. And it was Dan Parsons. $26 thou red, but that's all right. You get away with that kind of stuff when you're all by yourself. Top end, 1088, 131. Well, Rod, looks like that puts round number 1 of Super Combo in the books. Did you ever do any Superclass racing?
No.
Well, I actually, I've done a tiny little bit. Entered Super Combo one weekend. I've been meaning to do it again ever since, but just haven't gotten around to it. However, I did things a little differently. All the cars we saw in competition today are making use of a device called a throttle stop. That's where you see them just kind of stall out right after they leave. I made use of a device called an easy plate. So basically a restrictor plate under the carburetor and just slowed it down to where it got close to the 1090, and it kind of worked. First pair here in Super Shifters, couple of blue Fords. Jamie Roth going around 2. Posnick turns it red by 13 thou. At the finish line, Roth 1016 on the 1017 dial. There's some good data to move in around number 2 with. Posnick was way under the 1020 dial with a 1014. Oh, the good news for Dale, it's doubleheader today. He'll get another shot. Father and son on the starting line. The old man over here in the tower lane, Keith Winterbottom, dialed in at 970. Son Scott over there in the right lane working on a 950 dial. And it is Scott moving on. 965 on the 950, good enough. Pro Bracket, this would be your standby call. Pro Bracket, this would be your standby call. And we are on a ladder.
Guys listening to Orange, it needs the dial in car number in the spectator lane.
So we're just making sure we're getting the correct data into the computer. And it looks like we're doing a little track check. So next pairing is going to be Wilf Friesian. Wilf, regular competitor in the Super Shifters class. However, we're used to seeing him in, well, he's got a number of cars, but we're used to seeing him campaign as 57 T-Bird in this class. However, not the case today. He's out there in a late model Mustang, dialed 1477. I'm just going to claim ignorance on the rules. I would have said the slowest you could dial in this class is 1399, but that just could be proof that I have no idea what I'm talking about. So. All right, so back to John DePork and Will Friesian. Friesian in the right lane, dialed 1477. DePork going to have to be a patient guy. Back here on the starting line, dialed in at 1015. Uh-oh. Well, no. Wilf is green. Here comes John DePork in the Camaro. Well, Wilf gets to the finish line first, but to no avail. He's well under the 1477 dial with a 1433. John DePork comes up 1018 on the 1015, moving on to round number 2. Now Will Zorick. Another guy not campaigning the car we're used to seeing him in. Normally be running a 1962 Bel Air 409 powered. Rich Graves in his El Camino. Well, a couple of horrible green lights, but one was definitely better than the other. And that would be the one of Rich Graves. Rich Graves moving on in the El Camino, 1061. Oh, sorry, 1346 on the 1166 dial. And that's going to do it for Super Shifters. And take us into the final round of motorcycle. The math becomes really easy when you've only got 2 competitors in the class. No possibility of getting mixed up in as far as what round we're in or anything like that. It's a 1-round race. Line them up.
I was talking to Tom earlier about the problems that he had 2 weeks ago. It turns out he has done a lot of work on that clutch over the winter, and for years he's been compensating for failing parts. And well, with those parts working properly, he forgot he didn't have to do that compensating anymore, which that explains the troubles that he has been having.
Well, that's good news that He's able to get to the source of his problems. We'll see how he makes out here now. George Hogg gonna take on Tom Turan. Turan the right lane, Hogg in the left. Well, again, nobody's lights starting with a 0, but they're both green. Tom Turan passes them at about 700 feet, then goes 919 on the 858 dial to turn on the win light right-hand side.
That's so cool.
Hogg ran 1074 on his 1045 dial, but to no avail.
I like that.
So Tom Turan, winner in motorcycle today. Motorcycle class brought to us by Mountain View Harley-Davidson. And that'll have us rolling into Junior Street. Peden Industries coming back to sponsor all the junior classes here at Mission Raceway in 2024. Very grateful for Peden Industries and their support.
Maybe you can just bring these down there.
Well, all right. Time to make the call for Pro Bracket. Pro Bracket, come on down. Pro Bracket to the lanes, please. You are on a ladder. So Pro Bracket to the lanes to be laddered. And with that, I'm going to hand the mic over to my good man Nolan here. So once again, Bubba Speed Shop, Pro Bracket to the lanes.
First pair in Junior Street, Dallas going to take the win. Sorry, Josephine. No, that was Dallas. I'm already getting mixed up on what pass we're on. Dallas getting around Jacob for the win for first round of Peden Industries Junior Street. That brings up Josephine of the Zap Strap Racing Chevy, dialed at 1078 to race against David, dialed at 1037. Two green lights, and at the the 8th mile mark, Josephine goes under the dial by a 10th, and David is into round 2. That brings up the next pairing of Joshua in the 2006 Honda, dialed at 1110 to race against Riker, dialed at 920 in his 1987 GMC 500 pickup. Joshua bumping all the way into the beams early. And Riker in just behind. Joshua's away first, with Riker now in hot pursuit. A lot of wheel spin there, though, for Riker, and struggling to get off the line and not going to be anywhere close as Joshua runs that one out to the 8th and is into the second round. 004 reaction time on the tree that time by for Joshua to boot. Bring up Tyler and Jordan. Your defending champion Tyler will be up next at the Zap Strap Racing Chevy 1500 down to 1097 to race Jordan in the Pontiac Firebird down to 965. Jordan was into the final round in the season opener, looking to repeat that this afternoon, but has to best your defending champion. And this time, 0-0 was in the final round in race 1, will be knocked out on a red light in race 2. That'll bring up the Nissan pickup of James down to 10:15 to race Sophia, your round one winner, at 9:67 for the Ford F-250. And a breakout for James at the top end by 900ths. We'll see Sophia to the second round of competition. Bring up Taryn, the 2022 class champion, down to 999 in the Beaumont to race against Jenna, down to 1075 in the Chevy Tahoe. Taryn will not make the move around Jenna. And Jenna with a half a second advantage at the line. We'll be moving on to the second round. That wraps up Hidden Industries Junior Street. Rolling into Hidden Industries Junior Thunder. As Adeline will take out the Performance World Eldorado K&L Junior Dragster down to 893 to race against Bentley. For Bubba Speed Shop, Lucas Oil, Titanium Auto Group, Hidden Industries, and JBS Equipment. Red light start for Bentley. Adeline gets the freebie to round two. And it was only 3 thou off the dial at the top end as well. Brings up Hunter T for JBS Equipment down to 895 to race Alex for Global Containers and Green Brothers Racing down to 1225. Hunter T trying to run down Alex, and at the 8th, double breakout goes the way of Hunter Thompson. Only got there by 5 thousandths ahead of Alex, and only went under the dial by 6 thousandths to boot. That race won on the starting line. Emily brings it up, and the Lordco lane will be leaving first at a 9:29 for White Lighting Racing. Titanium Auto Group, Lord Water Parts, TNT, and Pioneer Truck and Trailer will race Nate for Green Brothers Racing and Global Containers down at 890. And at the 8:92 with a 1 at 70 miles an hour. We'll see Nate in around number 2. Continuing to steadily roll through, we'll bring up Nash from Ilron Truck Body, BDL Automotive, Diversified Metalworks, and SN Racing. Down to 1301 to race Dallas for TKO Hot Rods, down to 1390. And Dallas goes red. Nash had a 4/10 of a second reaction time, but it won't matter because Dallas will turn on the red light. Bring up Jack for Global Containers down to 1425, and Ashton for Tegan Performance and Lordco Auto Parts down to 1199. 16-car Junior Thunder field. It is a packed grid for Peden Industries Junior Thunder this afternoon. Both races away on green lights as Jack and Ashton run down track. And for the 8th mile mark, it'll be a breakout for Jack. Ashton is into the next round. And a double breakout. Adam Katnick Adam's going to lose out to April, as April is going to be moving on into the next round. Owen and Hunter G will be the next pairing up, as Owen leaves the line first to the Baddest Garage, Fountain Tire Machine. Hunter G will be in hot pursuit for the BDL Automotive Diversified Metalworks. Rocket Code is painted by Rodrigo Milron Trucking Machine. And Hunter gets there first, as Owen breaks out, trying to stay in front of him. Cadence and Wesley will be the last pairing in Junior Thunder here for the Ken Specialty Auto, Ernie Speed Custom Color Compass, and Milron Truck Body Creative Dragster. Down at 9:03, we'll be racing against the Home Masters and Lordco Auto Parts team. Down at 12:15. We roll into Junior Lightning. Heated Industries Junior Lightning. Lincoln will be up first, dialed in at 790. 796 at least. We'll be racing up against Lexi, dialed at 809. A double breakout will send it the way of Lincoln. The 2022 champion is into the second round, only off the dial by 5 thou. Lexi off by 33. Bring up Abby in the Lordco lane for Lordco Auto Parts, Pioneer Truck and Trailer, and Welcome Industries, dial at 803, and dial at 807 is Isabella for De Silva Auto World, Canco, and Quality Manufactured Homes. extension in the pits. Sportsman to the lanes to be laddered. That is Sportsman. We need you in the staging lanes to be laddered. Super Pro, you're on standby. Double breakout again. And Isabella will be moving on. You know, I'm not terribly surprised we're getting all these double breakouts. The wind has picked up in force out there, and it's looking like it's giving quite a bit of tailwind out on the racetrack right now, which is no doubt having an impact on how these cars are being pushed along. To the 8th mile, McKenna goes 7:97 on the 8-second dial. Connor is into round number 2. CL and Nick will be the next pairing up. Raptor Systems Titanium Auto Group, 798 will be dialed in against the JBS equipment machine, dialed at 8:01. Both cars ripping down track to the 8th mile mark. And Nick will be able to hang out in front of CL. And that'll be the last junior dragster now up towards the line. It'll be Jackson who will have the bye run. Jackson turns on the red light, but it does not matter when you have the bye run in eliminations. That wraps up first round of eliminations for all classes. We'll be doing a bit of track prep now, and we'll be back with Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket for round 2 of eliminations. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Car 616 Bravo in Sportsman. That is car 616 Bravo in Sportsman. This is your personal call to the staging lanes. Car 616 Bravo in Sportsman. We need you to the staging lanes. So we get set to roll back into eliminations. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket coming up for round number 2. Walter Johnson will bring that Chevelle back up to the water box, dialed at 1120.
Del Northgraves in the right lane, 77 Nova, dialed in at a 1049.
Attention in the pits, tension in the pits. Super Pro to the rear of staging to be laddered. Super Pro to the rear of staging to be laddered. And Hot Rod on standby. Green lights a pair. Northgraves trying to stay out or trying to get around Walter Johnson, but can't do it. Johnson was 030 on the tree and 006 off the dial. We'll take that one to the third round. Bring up Bobby Ehlers in that 6-stroker Ford Mustang.
Veronica Hodgson, 1195 dial. And that 6869 Dodge Dart.
And at the quarter, Bobby Ehlers will be moving on to the next round. Veronica Hodgson could not make the pass. Lost that one on the tree by about 0.5 of a second. Move on to the next pair. Craig Johnson will be running into the Malibu wagon. BC scale, Johnson Customs exhaust, racing in the Malibu wagon out of 1067.
Mel Patterson does a 1008.
Malfunction, Albion Thailand and Acadian trying to get around Craig Johnson, but won't get there in time. Craig Johnson will stay in front and move to the quarterfinals. That'll bring up Andy Klosky in that design flooring Chevrolet dialed at 1112.
Steve Baskerville, 2016 Golf, 1318 dial.
The 2-liter turbo motor was eliminated in round 1 of Sportsman, hoping for better luck in Pro. And a double breakout will give it the way of Klosky. Baskerville got there first, but went too quick under the dial. Was over a 10th under, while Klosky was only 15th thou. Cassie Tippy will be up next in the Nova, dialed at 1168.
Lorenz Schwartz, 83 Chevy, dialed at 1034.
Full 32 car field in Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket, so a perfect 16 on the ladder. Cassie Tippy leaving first, seeing if she can stay out in front with over a second handicap. Double breakout. Schwartz will make the pass and was the lesser offender on the breakout run. Put Schwartz into the next round. Next pair, Zillick brings up the 09 Challenger, dialed at 1030.
Rich Dyes, 73 Chevy Nova, 1133 dial.
And Rich Dyes will move on. Zillick unable to make the pass. That race won at the top end of the racetrack. Chris Stone will be the next one out for the Stone Cold Racing Dodge, dialed at 1011.
Ross Walker, 66 Chevy 2, dials at 1015.
Top end of the racetrack by just 0.02 of a second. The Willowbrook Chrysler Dart will make his run into the next round. Next up, Derek Shirk for the Titanium Racing 1990 Blazer. Down to 11:05 will race.
John Tebeck, 1054 dial, racing for Rad.
Well, that race may have been one of the starting line, and it is. John Tebeck with a 001 light. Derek Shirk was almost 2/10, and that puts John Tebeck into the quarterfinals. That'll bring up our Sportsman competitors. We roll now into Vancouver Car Wraps Sportsman, where 10 cars out of 20 remain. The 1955 Meteor dialed at 1293.
69 Dodge, dial at 1205.
Tension in the pits. Super Pro, we need Super Pro to the lanes. Super Pro, we need you to the lanes for second round of elimination. Super Pro to the lanes. Roland Lowen went trip sip with a 5, red, and that gives it up for Grant Gordon into the next round. That'll bring up Eric Hansen in the Broadway Dart down to 13 seconds, and Eric Bertain already fully staged up in the Fairmont and off and away down to 1986. Hansen have to be a patient man. The last driver that Bertain went against, Redlit on the tree, Hansen did no such thing. We'll see if Bertain can keep it out in front at the quarter. He will not. Hansen makes the pass and is into the quarterfinals. Sean Langley and Rob Getz will be the next pair down track. Getz leaving first in the diesel pickup down to 1326. Sean Langley on hot pursuit dialed at 1160 in the Mustang. Double breakout. Sean Langley, the lesser offender, and the pickup truck will be going home. Sean Langley is into the quarters. That'll bring up Nick Douglas over here, TCS side, the 2023 track champion in that Charger.
And Gary Fawcett, 66 Plymouth Valiant, 1420.
Douglas had the bye run in the last round of eliminations in Sportsman. Gary Fawcett will move on, knocks out Nick Douglas. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Craig Johnson and Dan Parsons. Craig Johnson and Dan Parsons, Super Pro. Your class is about to run. Dan Parsons and Craig Johnson and Super Pro. Your class is about to run. You need to get to the lanes now. Bill Wells and Brandon Piskasek, the next pairing up. Piskasek away first on the 1319 dial from Motor in Canada with Thomas and the Mustang. Wells at the TNT Auto Malibu, now in hot pursuit. Quarter mile. Oh, a breakout for Bill Wells. Got there by 8th thou first, but went under by half a tenth to do it. Piskasek is into round number 3. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod to lanes 5 and 6 for laddering. Hot Rod to lanes 5 and 6. Standby call for Super Combo and Super Shifters. Super Combo and Super Shifters, this is your standby call. Attention all racers, attention all racers. If you have not bought in to the second race that is taking place tonight and you want to race tonight, you have to buy your tech cards at the Racers Gate before 2:30. You have 40 minutes to go to Racers Gate 1 and buy your tech card for race number 4, which will be taking place later on tonight. Again, that is 2:30. It has to be before that. You will not have time if you wait after that. After you buy your tech card, come up to the timing tower so you can prove that you have bought into racing action for the evening race taking place immediately after race number 3. So for Super Pro, 10 cars remain in competition. Parsons, Stewart, Johnson, Bond, Angelucci, Ritchie, Robinson, McNichol, Gibson, and Hatton. Rolling into Rad Torque Systems Super Pro, Nick Angelucci will be up first in the Malibu over here, TCS side.
Brian Ritchie will be in the right lane. Brian Ritchie Racing Engines dials at 784.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Combo to lanes 1 and 2. Super Combo, lanes 1 and 2, and Super Shifters to 3 and 4. That is Combo to 1 and 2, and Shifters to 3 and 4. Stand by all junior classes. Ritchie taking off after Nick Angelucci. Ripping out to the quarter mile. Double breakout. Brian Ritchie moves on. 006 under for Nick Angelucci, but Brian Ritchie was only 003 under. Dan Parsons will be the next car up in the 1970 Duster, dialed at 1090.
Mike Stewart, 67 Chevy 2, dials a 1012. Super Chiclet.
And Stewart turns on the red light. Dan Parsons will be into round number 3 in the quarterfinals. Scott Robinson will race Kevin McNichol. And the Chevy Nova getting out first. Now here comes the Beretta. And Kevin McNichol is going to be in to round number 3. Staying out in front of Scott Robinson. That takes us now to Justin Bond and Craig Johnson. Pontiac versus Malibu Wagon. 775 to a 1065. Ripping after Craig Johnson, and a breakout for JB. We'll see Craig Johnson moving on to the next round. Justin Bond, 10th hour under the dial. Craig Johnson was on it by a 004. That brings up Jason Gibson in the 91 Mustang, dialed at 996.
Andy Hatton, 69 Camaro, 823. See what the Grinch can do.
And a double breakout. Jason Gibson got there first, was 18th out under the dial, but Andy Hatton takes the win. Only 004 under. That'll wrap up that'll wrap up Rad Torch System Super Pro. We roll to Old Car Center Hot Rod for round 2. Eight cars remain in hot rod competition. This round will set us up for the semifinals. Dustin Hunter will be up first in that Ford Falcon. Dialed at 916. We'll have a long way ahead of him.
Sylvia Hookstons, 66 Ford Mustang, 1287 dial.
Way ahead for Hunter, and he could not be patient enough. Sylvia Hookstons is into the semifinals. Now the question is, will she race Roland Lowen in the Meteor or Jim Banky's Plymouth Barracuda? Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Licensing and Junior Street to the lanes. That is licensing and Junior Street to the lanes. Licensing and Junior Street to the lanes. Double 04 red on the tree for Jim Banky. Roland Lowen and Sylvia Hooksons will face off to see who will go into the final in the next round. Next up, Matt Warner racing the Linden Service Center Ford down to 10:56.
Rob Monroe, 69 Acadian, 1061. Winter Harbor Marina sponsored.
Separated by half a tenth on the tree. Double breakout, Matt Warner will be moving on to the next round. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. That is once again Super Combo to the lanes. Super Combo, we need you to the lanes. Super Combo, this is your call to the lanes. We need you now. You're about to run. Chris Stone, red by 8 thou on the tree. Jerry Brabander was red by 3 thou, so 2 red lights for that one. But Brabander, the lesser offender. So it'll be Jerry Brabander to race against Matt Warner to get into the final. So we went for the final for race 3 of Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycles. And we are about to get the final for race 4. They have decided not to run a qualifier for motorbikes. There's only 2 of them. Why bother? Let's get to racing. So it'll be Tom Turand trying to go 3 for 3 on the hat trick. Took a race by default, being the only competitor in race 1. He won the round earlier today on their last rotation. And that GSXR that he dubs the Kraken for Daytona Motorsports. Down to the 858, he'll leave second. George Hogg will be the first bike to leave for the 2010 Koshma machine down to 1055. This is the final for race 4 for motorcycles. Two green lights. Oh, Tom Durant struggling. He's out of the groove. Hang on, Tom. Gets back into it, ripping out to the quarter mile, trying to run him down. It will not be 3 for 3 as Hogg will take the win with Tom Durant getting way out of shape off the hitch. We roll to round number 2 of BC McLeod's Super Shifters. This is the semifinal round. We started out by racing against John DePork and Jamie Roth. Chevy Camaro versus a Ford Comet. And green lights a pair. DeBork and Roth firing down track for the BC McLeod Super Shifter semifinals. DeBork will be stealing that one. He'll be moving into the final. Now will he face against Rich Graves in that El Camino, or Scott Winterbaum is ranked Rich's Top Shop Chevy 2? Oh boy, Scott Winterbottom is all over the place. That car looking lively, but still ripping with a lot of speed. Breaks out, and Rich Graves will fight John DeBork for the Super Shifters win in the final. Final call for Peated Industries Junior Street. Once again, that is final call for Peated Industries Junior Street. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Junior Dragsters to the lanes. That is Junior Dragsters to the lanes. Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2, and then standby Bubba Speed Chop Pro Bracket. That is once again Thunder to lane 1, Lightning to lane 2, and standby Pro Bracket. Martin Rochelle with the bye run in Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo for the semifinal round. He's going to get set to race against either Warren Jacobson or Dan Parsons.
Next up, we got Warren Jacobson and Dan Parsons, both 1090 dial. Warren Jacobson takes it 1099. Shaylin Feta goes a 9:19 with an 8. 148 miles per hour. Emma Coos. Let's see how she does. Ten, 20, 135. Joshua and David. Joshua in the left lane, David in the right lane. Junior Street. Joshua is away red. David takes it at a 10:39 at 67 miles an hour. Up next, we got Dallas and Jenna. Dallas in the left lane, Jenna in the right. Dallas 1296 dial and Jenna a 1075 dial. Away they go, and Jenna will take it at a 1076, 66 miles an hour. Tyler and Sophia. 1096 for Tyler and a 967 for Sophia. And Sophia goes red. Tyler will come through at 1104, 64 miles an hour. Junior Dragsters, Nate, Caden, and Cadence. Cadence in the right lane, Nate in the left lane. Global Containers and Ken's Specialty Auto, Ernie's Speed Custom, Colored Compass, Mill Run Truck and Body. Attention in the pits. Pro to the lanes. Pro to the lanes. And the winner is Nate at an 898. Adeline and Ashton up next. Adeline in the left lane, Ashton in the right. Adeline dials an 890, Ashton a 12 flat. Away we go, both on green. And Adeline takes it at an 895, 71 miles an hour. Next up, Hunter G in the left lane, April in the right. Hunter dialing an 891, April 894. Both cars getting their final adjustment. Both away on the green. And April takes it away at 903. Hunter G, little breakout. Nash awaits the signal to go. This will be a competition single. Hunter T did not make the call. Away on the green. It runs a 12.91 at 49 miles an hour. Good job.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is a notice to all racers, If you have not bought a tech card for the second race tonight and you want to race, you have to buy that card now. You have 5 minutes to buy that tech card at Racer Gate 1 and bring it up to the timing tower. If you do not do that and you do not already have a tech card for tonight, you will not be racing. So if you have not bought a tech card for tonight and you want to race tonight, you have to get that tech card now. You have 5 minutes.
Isabella and Connor up. Connor in the right lane. Isabella in the left. Isabella dials a 795. Connor 802. Both away on the green. Isabella, 798 at 76 miles an hour. Up next, we got Jackson and Nick. Nick in the right lane, Jackson in the left. Jackson dialing at 857, Nick 798. Both drivers away on green. And it will be Nick at an 806, 76 miles an hour. Next up is Lincoln on a solo, dialing a 795. Lincoln away on green. 793 at 81 miles an hour. We'll bring out the tractors and do some track prep. Should be about a 10 or 15 minute wait.
Feeling peckish, now would be an absolutely perfect time to run on down to any of our concession stands at the Half Track Snack Shack. And of course, there's the Pro Shop that is also for business with some Mission Raceway Park apparel and other things like ice cream sandwiches, if that's to your liking, that are always available for purchase. Times when we go down to touch up the track, always a good time to go and get yourself a snack. In the pits, tension in the pits. Sportsman to the lanes. Sportsman to the lanes. That is Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman to the lanes. And stand by Super Pro. Folks, I'm looking at that Johnny Cloud. It does not look very promising. the pits. Attention to the pits. Eric Hansen in Sportsman. We are waiting on you. Eric Hansen in Sportsman. We are waiting on you. Get on down to the staging lanes. Eric Hansen, we're waiting for you. We roll now to Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Quarterfinal round. Walter Johnson in the Chevelle dialed at 1120.
Rich dials 1132 in the 73 Chevy Nova. Away on green. Walter Johnson, 1120 at 115. Bobby Ellers, Lorenz Schwartz. Lorenz. Bobby Ellers, dial at 1033. Lorenz, 1024. Both away on the green, and Lorenz breaks out. Bobby Ellers, 1033.
Andy Klosky will be the next one up in the design flooring Chevy, dialed in at 1111.
John Quebec.
Trying to go into the semifinals, down to 1051. And he'll do so on a double breakout. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro to lanes 3 and 4. That is Super Pro. We need you to lanes 3 and 4. License and test to 5 and 6. That is Super Pro to lanes 3 and 4. Licensing to 5 and 6. Craig Johnson and Chris Stone, the last pair up in Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Chris Stone trying to knock out the Malibu wagon. And at the quarter, a double breakout gives it the way of Chris Stone. Craig Johnson was 200th under the dial. Stone only 1,000th under. We're rolling out a Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Hot Rod, we need Hot Rod on standby. Old Car Center Hot Rod, you're on standby.
Sean Langley in the left lane, Grant Gordon in the right. Grant Gordon dials at 1205. Sean, 1160. Both away on the green. And Grant takes it away at 12:23, 95 miles an hour. Brendan Piskasek and Gary Fawcett. Gary in the right lane, 1420 dial. Brendan, 1319. Away we go, and Brendan takes it away to 13:25. Next up, Eric Hansen on a buy run. 68 dart, 13:04 dial. Eric running a 12.96 at 102.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Radtor Systems Super Pro, we're waiting on you. Radtor Systems Super Pro, we are waiting on you. Sportsman's finished up. You're the next classed up. Get on down here. In the pits, attention to the pits. Any drivers still in competition for race 3, come on down to the staging lanes. Anybody still in competition for race 3, come on down to the staging lanes. That is all drivers still in competition to the staging lanes.
Shaylin Svedek in the water box. Shaylin getting off with a green, running a 890 with a 5. 151. Dan Parsons in 70 Duster, 1090 dial.
Dan Parsons with that bye run into the final round of Rad Torch Systems Super Pro. As we are in the semifinals or the finals for pretty much everything now. Parsons runs it out with a 1088 at 131 miles an hour. He'll be into the final. Now the question is, who does he face off? Will it be against Andy Hatton in the Grinch?
Or Kevin McNichol, a 67 Chevy Nova.
Bubba Speed Shop, Titanium Auto Group, Taves Roofing represented over here, TCS side at an 823. Lordco side is represented by Rad Torque Systems, Ken Specialty Auto, Lordco Auto Parts, and Lucas Oil, dialed at 1016. Two green lights. This is to see who faces off against Parsons in the final. And it is a breakout by 1 thou for Kevin McNichol. Hatton's into the final round. And sorry, this is for the quarterfinal round. That was to set us up for the semis. Craig Johnson, the Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Craig Johnson, we need you now. Your partner is waiting in the staging lanes. Craig Johnson, get that Malibu wagon into the staging lanes. We need you yesterday. So my apologies. That was not a semifinal round. That was the quarterfinals, and we still have one more pair to run with Brian Ritchie and Craig Johnson. So Parsons is into the semifinals. Shows that even we're not always correct. So here we go. Craig Johnson and Brian Ritchie. So the Johnson's Customs Exhaust and BC Scale Malibu Wagon down to 1063 will face off against Ritchie's Door Slammer. Ritchie Racing Engines in the Chevelle down at 7. I'm gonna try that again. The Ritchie Racing Engines 1968 Chevelle down at 783. Craig Johnson is into the semis. Brian Ritchie is knocked out of the quarterfinal round of Rad Toy Systems Super Pro. Takes us now to Old Cars Center Hot Rod for the semifinal round. Roland Lowen in the 1955 Meteor will race against Sylvia Hookstons in the Mustang. 1293 to a 1275. One of them face off against Jerry Brabander or Matt Warner in the final. Two green lights, top end. It is Roland Lowen by 0.02 of a second to best Sylvia Hookstons. Now Warner trying to see if he can make that pass around Jerry Brabander. Well, he made the pass, but he went under by 18th thou in the process. So your race one winner will be no dice for race number two. It'll be Jerry Brabander and Roland Lowen in the final. That rolls us to Super Shifters. And this is the final round for BC McLeod Super Shifters. John DePork racing in the El Camino. He'll race against Once again, that's Rich Graves in the El Camino over here, TCS side, down to the 1170. John DePork racing in that Chevy Camaro, down to 1015 Lordco side. Green lights a pair. First round of Beast McLeod Super Shifters underway. As they duke it out for the final round. At the quarter, Rich Graves outlasts DePork, and he takes the season opener for Beast McLeod Super Shifters. We'll see that class back later tonight for race 4. Rolls us back to Peden Industries, Junior Street.
Tyler in the left lane, David in the right lane. Tyler 11:06 and David at 10:35. Tyler takes it at 11:19, 55 miles an hour. And Jenna's up on a buy, 2000 Chevy. She dials at 1075. Jenna runs at 1076, 66 miles an hour.
Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo Final. Getting set to come at you. Now, this is only a single-header race. They will not be back, so this is the final combo race that we'll be seeing this afternoon. Warren Jacobson and Martin Rochelle, Chevy 2 to a Chevy Malibu. Both dialed on the Super Street Index of 1090. Green lights a pair. Running down track. Rochelle was better on the tree, and he'll win it on a double breakout. Went 1088 on the 1090 index. Warren Jacobson went 1086 on the 1090. Martin Rochelle wins the first round of Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo.
Here we go, the Junior Thunder. And it will be Nate and April. April dialing at 893 in the right lane, Nate 890 in the left. Both away on the green. Nate takes it away at 891, 71 miles an hour. Adeline and Nash. Nash in the right lane, Adeline in the left. 891 in the left lane, 1289 in the right. Junior Lightning will be up next, and they are in their semifinals.
In the pits, tension in the pits. Super Pro, we need you to the staging lanes. Super Pro, back to the staging lanes. Hot Rod on standby. That is Super Pro, back to the staging lanes. For your semifinal round, Hot Rod finalists, you're on standby.
broke out.
So Shelby, what's the rule against like parking along the river now? What's the rule for parking along the river now? Like along the far river here for staff members. Is that a thing or is it all?
You can.
Okay.
Just we don't like everybody doing it. But since you've been over there all day and when you come back, like that's
Gotcha.
fine. That's fine.
So they want the concession stand.
I mean, I think that's fair.
Tower stand. Corners over this.
We got the VIP parking spots.
Up next is the semifinal for Sportsman.
So burnout's underway for your Vancouver Car Wrap Sports competitors. There was a bit of a situation in the staging lanes. We had one driver that actually showed up with a flat tire, so they've been trying to pump some air into that for the last little while. Does not look, though, like they're going to be able to make that happen. So Grant Gordon will get a comp single into the final. Eric Hansen and Brandon Piskasek staging up. 12.98 to a 13.20. 1 foot for every 100th of a second is on the racetrack. And, well, Piskasek turns on the red light. Hansen v. Gordon in the Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman Final. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Hot Rod, we need Hot Rod to the lanes. Hot Rod, we need you to the lanes right away, please. And Super Pro, this is your final call to the lanes as well. Super Pro, final call to the lanes, and Hot Rod to the lanes. This is the pro semifinal. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, the next class up for their semifinal round. Chris Stone facing off in that Dodge Dart for Wilbur Chrysler and Stone Cold Racing. Your semifinal round of Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. He's racing John Taback. John Tabak trying to stay in front of Chris Stone. Double breakout, but it's Chris Stone who will take the win. John Tabak knocked out of competition altogether in race 3. 17th thou under the dial for Tabak. Chris Stone only 5 under. Still waiting on one last pair in Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket. They're sitting just around the corner. It'll be Walter Johnson is Chevelle, and I believe that's Bobby Ehlers in his Mustang Fox body. So you take a look at your left rear tire on that very red Chevelle, not doing a burnout. That tire is flat for all intents and purposes. They pumped it up as best as they could in the time that they've got. No burnout. We'll see how this goes. Well, that answers that. Walter John's going to break the beams and back out. He's just going to get the points. Bobby Ehlers with the free pass into the next round. Systems Super Pro. The next pair making their way into the water box. Craig Johnson.
Dan Parsons, 70 Duster, the 1090.
And a 1064 over here for the Malibu wagon for BC Scale and Johnson's Customs Exhaust. Start for Parsons. Went so far, but he'll be knocked out by Craig Johnson as Parsons went 17th thou red on the tree. Craig Johnson's will face off with Andy Hatton in the final. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. All finalists, back to the lanes. All finalists, back to the lanes. That is all finalists, back to the lanes. And Andy Hatton going to simply break the beams, not looking to hurt the car on a bye run when he's got a freebie into the final. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Licensing to the lanes, licensing to the lanes. We need licensing to the lanes and all finalists back to the lanes. If you're in competition, get back to the staging lanes. Old car center hot rod. Getting set for the final round. Rolling low into the Meteor, dialed at 1293. Jerry Bravander dialed to the Chevy 2 with the 1065. Two green lights. Bravander trying to run down Lowen for the final and hot rod for race 3. Double breakout. Rolling Lowen takes the 55 Meteor into the winner's circle. A big win for that 1955 Meteor, as we'll see them back up for the second race later on this afternoon.
Junior Street Final. Tyler in the left lane and Jenna in the right lane. Jenna dialed 1075, Tyler at 1101. Zop Strop Racing.
The 1500 is pre-stage, waiting now on the Tahoe.
Say the slowest class is Sportsman.
And a red light start for your defending champion. Second week in a row. Tyler loses on a red light. Although this time at least he made it to the final instead of being knocked out in round 1. Jenna is your junior street winner for round 3. We have once again made the call for all finalists to return to the staging lanes. That is all finalists back to the staging lanes. So attention in the pits, attention in the pits. So we are getting set for the finals now for race 3 this afternoon. We just have a few test passes. That's the last finalists we're getting set to run. We are going to make the call for the Super Pro finalists to get back to the staging lanes. Super Pro finalists back to the staging lanes. Following the final runs in not in Super Pro, sorry. Following the final runs in race 3, we will have about a 15 to 20 minute break for track prep, just to get everything back up into tip-top shape, and then we will roll straight into qualifying. And there will only be one qualifying hit for the 4th race. That is only one qualifying hit for race number 4. So it'll be a 20-minute break after all of the finals have run, and then we'll be down for 15 to 20 minutes before we roll back into qualifying for the night race.
Okay. 898 at 150. Junior Thunder final, Nate versus Adelaide. Adeline Dials at 894, Nate 890. Both way on green, and Nate takes it at an 895.
So Nate winning that junior Thunder class as Adeline went under the dial. That rolls us into the Peden Industries Junior Lightning Final, where Lincoln and Isabella will go head to head. Both dialed in at 793. Titanium Auto Group and JBS Equipment down at 793 over here. TCS side, Lordco side. You got DeSilva, Auto World, Canco, Quality Manufactured Homes down at 793. And Lincoln is your lightning winner, as Isabella goes under the dial by just 8 thousandths of a second. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. For all of the winners from both races 3 and 4, we will be doing winner interviews at the very end of the day. So Bo and I will be down at Victory Lane, and we will be doing winner interviews at the very end of the day. So after race 4, and we will be doing that for all racers that have not already gotten themselves a win in race 1 of competition, just to keep things moving along. So if you have won a race in either race 3 or 4 and have not won in race number 1 and you want a winner interview, we will be down there after the conclusion of race 4 once all the finals have run for that process. We roll into the Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman Final. Eric Hansen, down at 1290, will face off against Grant Gordon in the Four Cycle Customs Incorporated Dodge. Two green lights. As Gordon trying to run down Hansen for the pass into the Sportsman Final. Top end. He gets around him, but breaks out in the process. Eric Hansen, your winner in Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. Leads us in to Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, where Chris Stone in the Willowbrook Chrysler Stone Cold Racing Dodge Dart will face off against Bobby Ehlers in the Ford Mustang Fox Body. .1012 to a 1033. Green lights a pair. Whole shot on the tree goes the way of the Lordco lane. And a double breakout gives it back to Chris Stone. Only 2 thou under the mark. 10-11 with an H on the 10-12 dial Bobby Ehlers was 0.03 of a second under.
That was it, actually.
And that'll bring up what I believe is going to be our last final of race 3 in Rad Torch Systems Super Pro. Craig Johnson and the Johnson's Customs Exhaust, BC Scale Co. Limited, and Rad Torch Systems Malibu Wagon will race against the Grinch for a Mandy Hatton. .1065 dial to an 822. Hatton's going to have to be a very patient man on the starting line. Green lights all around. Andy Hatton trying to chase down Craig Johnson. Doesn't get there in time. Craig Johnson, only 7th out off the dial. Double a 5 on the tree for an 012 package. Will take the win in Rad Torch Systems Super Pro. That'll do it for race number 3 of the JBS Equipment ET Series. We'll be down for about 20 minutes for track prep. And we'll call up the run orders once again for race number 4 in a few.